That's it. Let me see. Let me see.
He dropped the zip drive off here and see them. Pictures from the last 2 days. Well, our girls race and from my grade. I think it was so yeah. Wednesday, Thursday, tomorrow. Getting it to download and then.
I met Steve.
Yep. I don't know how much. Some of them are a little bit, you know. I know, and I say it on, and I say it, we need them. But we need to dial it down, you know, and just follow the rules. Like every race. Is there any way to every single race you're up here, you know. I mean, again, I know it's just that nerve, you know.
What started in the Empire State, they do it on the way out of control,
Yep.
and they do it on the way in of control. Now, I know control.
Right, yes.
So, but it's better.
Break the fingers. Tomorrow will be much calmer. It's just because mostly I said the senior champions, I said the semi-finalists. I said we've weeded out this is my first regatta ever. This is my first, you know, I'm fine with some of the races. I mean, like, you know, okay, approaching the line. Okay, I've only got 5. Yeah, because the 7th float is still at the 750 mark. Like we had 3 races on the course yesterday. Well, no, because the third vote is so slow, and we're on 6-minute center. You have literally, couldn't finish the timer and give it, you know, and double check the times, and had to start a third time, and didn't have a third watch. Five minutes.
4 minutes.
So I said, Boston, cut the link in. Because like, okay, thank you. Yep.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Yep. In here. That's the problem.
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
28 and cloudy, the forecast in St. Catharines for another great day here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. My name is Noah Vogel. Good morning and thank you for tuning in here on the broadcast brought to you by Niagara College. Starting off this morning, we'll begin with some semifinals. It'll be the men's senior quad fighting for a spot in the final for the Thomas Edison Lane Perpetual Trophy. In this first heat of 2, it'll be Riverside, the first of the 5 teams, sitting in lane number 3, Guelph in lane number 4, Conshohocken in lane number 5, Undine in lane number 6, and University of Victoria in lane number 7. Following them, of course, will be the other semifinal. Top 3 finishing teams will move on to the finale tomorrow. So only 2 from each heat will be sent home this morning. And we're just moments away from takeoff here for day number 5. Starting off the long weekend on this Saturday. Boats in place.
Well,
Athletes focused and ready
Undine,
for this takeoff.
University of Victoria. Attention.
So here we go for the first race of day number 5. And all boats with a strong start on the off. You can see Riverside on your far left, Guelph beside them, Conshohocken in the middle, Undine, and then the University of Victoria on the far right. A relaxed start for each boat and a good strong push so far from Guelph and Conshohocken, who hold that lead through the middle. And we saw many times yesterday just these boats holding on to that last 500 meters where it really counts to turn on and get to the finish line first. And of course, seeding matters. You want to finish in the top 3, but the higher you place in each of these heats will allow you to be in the middle lanes, which we saw a lot of our winners come from those middle lanes, just a little more clear of a route to the finish line. Mildly windy conditions this morning. Winds gusting up to about 9 kilometers per hour. Clouds again today. The rain not so much this morning.
4 minutes.
The second semifinal to get set for 8:06. As this first heat set to get across the halfway point, the 1,000-meter mark. You see in lane number 5, Conshohocken with a slight lead. Undine beside them, Guelph also in that top 3 position. University of Victoria also keeping a strong pace on that far side in lane number 7. Strong and powerful strides through that number 5 lane, who currently sits in the lead. Victoria trying to gain some ground near on the outside. Guelph and Riverside slowly losing out of pace as they're starting to fall behind past the halfway point, heading into the final 500 meters.
So ladies and gentlemen, you've got the men's.
Each team just trying to stay in the mix. Only 2 teams won't move on.
Basically about just passing the 1,000-meter mark. We've got Riverside in lane 3, Guelph in lane 4, Conshohocken in lane 5, Undine in lane 6, and University of Victoria in lane 7.
So the 500-meter mark is out. Conshohocken currently in the lead as they cross that line first. Riverside making a strong push on the near lane in lane number 3. Great response from them to gain some ground back on the leaders. Finish line well in sight. Again, top 3 to move on to the final. Riverside and Conshohocken, the 2 near the front with a bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th.
Let's go, you Vic!
Each stride so important, staying synchronized and focused at the task at hand. The red buoys in sight, 250 meters left to go here in race number 1 for the semifinal of the men's senior quad.
Go, 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 you Vic!
University of Victoria also making a push late here in lane number 7. Conshohocken still with a slight lead here at about a length boat. Ian Hawley in that number 4 seat for Conshohocken as they will cross the finish line first. It'll be tight for 3rd place. 2nd, Undine. Riverside to make a push, and it will be Riverside, Undine in Conshohocken. As you see the winners on your screen. Ian Hawley, Dennis Core, Christoph Karlskind, And William Konopuk Undyne in lane number 6, finishing just behind them. It was tight between Riverside and University of Victoria for that third spot. We'll get the unofficial times in just a moment. But a great push at the end there by Riverside. They had an excellent midpoint of that race. Christopher Crawley, the anchor of that boat, sitting in seat number 4. John Mannion in seat number 3. Amel Eunice, Tieran Green. Couple familiar names from yesterday. Semi-final number 2 already underway as we await the unofficial scores of the first semi-final. The top 3 moving on.
We beat Team Canada, it's not much back, and fully with
In heat number 2 for the men's senior quad semi-final. On your far left of your screen in lane number 3, Ottawa. Beside them, Leander in lane number 4. Calgary lane number 5. Argonaut in lane number 6. And Brock in lane number 7.
Yeah, they had a length.
Brock with the home advantage here in St. Catharines. And have started off strong with a slight lead in lane number 7. So far, heading in through the first 1,000 meters. Brock comprised of Connor Dodds, Nico Schramm, Charles Etienne Tibet, and Riley Watson in that boat. Slowly falling off pace here, and Leander looking very strong through the middle in lane number 4. Through the 1,000 meters, Leander in a good position. Brock continues to scorch up that far side in lane number 7. Building the gap in their lead on the second place, Leander. A very strong race so far from Brock. Continuing to extend their lead into the final 500. Leander behind them. Argonaut also in the mix in lane number 6. Ottawa in the green and black. Pardon me, Argonaut. Ottawa in the red. Calgary also in there in the mix for that third place position.
The next heat is just coming to the 1,500 meter mark. They got 500 meters left in the race.
Brock and Leander still the 2 leaders here. Ottawa making their move up in lane 3. A great look here entering the red buoys for the last 250 the final stretch here in semifinal number 2. The top 3 will join Riverside, Conshohocken, and Undine in the finals of the men's senior quad. Following this, will begin the men's championship pair. Again, 2 heats, the top 3 moving to the final tomorrow. 13 contestants in that event, and Brock is going to take this one easily. Leander, the next one's up. Calgary also there. And it will be Leander to finish second. Argonaut, Calgary, the last 2 to find number 3. And it looks like Argonaut will finish in that number 3 position. Taking a look at the winners, it was Brock all the way. And they just kept on extending their lead and will finish first in this second semifinal of the men's senior quad. The unofficial times, a great run from the Brock team. And now switching focus over to the men's championship pair. 7 boats in this race. Calgary in lane number 2, Roe Buffalo lane number 3, Peterborough lane number 4, Kings Crown in lane number 5, Calgary also in lane number 6, Mendota lane number 7, and California in lane number 8. So from 4s to the pairs. California, Calgary, Peterborough, all very compact near the front. Top 3 move on to the final. We just finished watching the men's senior lightweight quad. And their semifinals, the final taking place tomorrow for the Thomas Edison Lane Perpetual Trophy. This men's pair will look to capture the William J. Cotter Trophy. Calgary and Roe Buffalo in lane 2 and 3, looking in strong pole position here. Calgary also on the far side, Mendota in lane 6 and 7. California just ahead of them in lane number 8. Roe Buffalo starting to pull away from the pack near the middle. Colin Hay in seat number 1, Nathaniel Sass just behind him in seat number 2. Roe Buffalo, Calgary, and California, the top 3 as it stands right now. But still lots can happen in the final 500 meters here. There are your leaders right now in lane number 3, Roe Buffalo. Calgary gaining some ground in lane number 2. The top two pulling away. It's Calgary and Roe Buffalo. Lane 2 and 3. Similar strokes here as we enter. Nearing the final 250, the red buoys. In sight for both of these boats. It's looking to be a battle for third. The top two extending that gap between the rest. Semifinal number 2 for the men's championship pair set to take off in less than a minute. Roe Buffalo still controlling this race as we enter the final stretch, the red buoys.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're just approaching the 250-meter mark.
Semifinal number 2 is taken off. It's still Colin Hay and Nathaniel Sass for Roe Buffalo in lane number 3 with the lead. Nearing in on the grandstand and the finish line, it's going to be Roe Buffalo to finish number 1. Who will be second and third? Calgary making their move. It's Calgary. And Peterborough just beats out King's Crown in lane number 4 to take the third spot. But your winners, Colin Hay and Nathaniel Sass for Roe Buffalo. A dominating race for them. Peterborough's Shane Willis and Michael Clapeel. And Calgary, number 2 in this race for them. The unofficial times. Roe Buffalo with the top at a 6:35.56. So now with semifinal number 2 underway, we have our first 3 qualified for the finale. In lane number 2 of this second heat, Greenwich Crew. Mendota in lane number 3. Greenwich Crew in lane number 4. San Diego lane number 5. King's Crown lane number 6. And Seattle Scullers in lane number 7. Following this will begin the men's senior 64 kg single. So from 4s to doubles, then to singles. Later today, we'll see some of the 8s competition, and if you heard around Canada and rowing and the Olympics, the Canadians women's 8s medal once again, silver medalist this morning at the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. Two straight Olympics with 2 straight medals for the women's 8s. And just an excellent thing to see in the rowing competition here in Canada. And congratulations to them on their medal in back-to-back Olympics.
Of the men's championship pair, Bo Buffalo in lane 3 was first.
Back to the men's championship pair. It's currently Mendota,
Peterbilt third, Kings Crown fourth, California fifth,
San Diego also in the mix.
and Mendota seventh. In a time of 6:30.
Andrew Soman, William Klipstein, we saw yesterday, won 2 pots of silverware in the 4s and in the 8s. Trying to do it today in the men's championship pair. Currently in a very good position to qualify for that final tomorrow.
RRC in lane 8.
Clipston in seat number 2 in that Mendota boat, Soman in seat number 1. As they near the final 250 meters. To see those final 3 qualifiers for the finals tomorrow. The men's senior 64 kg heat number 1 in the singles has kicked off. As we continue to wait the finishers here, it's King's Crown, San Diego, Mendota, the top 2 right now. Entering into the final stretch. So to finish first in lane number 6, lane number 5. San Diego, Mendota just behind them. It was King's Crown in lane number 6 to finish first. It was Lucas Woodruff and Ryan Martin in that boat. Mendota was just behind them. We'll await the 3rd place finish for this second heat in the unofficial times. And it was San Diego in lane number 5 with a time of 6:45.92. So King's Crown, Mendota, San Diego, the top 3 heading to the men's championship pair final. As we see those unofficial times, King's Crown, the 6:36.96. Mendota, Clipston, and Soman qualifying again for another final after winning twice yesterday. currently going on now. The first semifinal for the men's senior single. Top 3 will also qualify for the final in this heat. In lane number 2, Terrebonne, Kingston beside them in lane number 3. Ridley College lane number 4, Ottawa lane number 5, North Star lane number 6, and Riverside lane number 7. The athletes representing them: Alexandra Bosvert, Sean Whitehall for Kingston, Luke Winterbottom for Ridley College, Brendan Edge for Ottawa, Brishan Hagen Deschamps for North Star, and Stefan Suarez for Riverside in lane number 7. So 6 in this heat, 5 in the other. All trying to get to the final of the Bob Dibble Memorial Cup and become the men's senior 64 kilogram single champion. Brendan Edge in lane number 5. In a very strong position beside him, Hagen Deschamps for North Star, lane number 6. Both of those racers in a very good position to qualify here, 1 and 2. On the outside of them, Stefan Suarez for Riverside, currently sitting in that 3rd position.
Final results of heat number 2. First came crown in lane 6. Moldova 2nd. San Diego 3rd. Seattle.
Passing into the final 500 meters of the first semifinal, the men's senior 64 kilogram single.
In a time of 6:36.96.
The second semifinal set to take off shortly.
Now we have the next event, ladies and gentlemen, which is the men's senior 64 kilogram single. That's a very good single.
The top 3 well away from the rest of the pack.
Lane 4, Ottawa lane 5, North Star lane 6, Riverside in lane 7, St. Catharines in lane 8.
Stefan Suarez for Riverside slowly falling off the pace in lane number 7. Sean Whitehall for Kingston in lane number 3 has caught up to the leaders here. Brendan Edge and Brishan Hagen Deschamps for North Star in lane 5 and 6. The 2 in front right now. Entering the final 250, the red buoys. Hagen Deschamps for North Star in the blue. Beside him, Brendan Edge for Ottawa. Deschamps making that final push for the grandstand. Suarez for Riverside has picked up pace here. In the top 3 right now, it's Brendan Edge, Deschamps, and Suarez. Also in a position, Winterbottom. And from lane number 3, Sean Whitehall from Kingston was able to sneak into that 2nd position. It'll be tight between Deschamps and Suarez in lane number 6. and 7. But for sure the winner of this race, Brendan Edge from Ottawa, lane number 5, will take the top spot in heat number 1. Sean Whitehall from Kingston fell off the pace a little bit through that midsection, was able to bring it back and finish with a very strong time. Will finish second with a 7:20.98. It was Hagen Deschamps in third place for North Star, finishing with a time of 7:22.54, 0.69 seconds ahead of St. Catharines in lane number 8. And with day number 5 of the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, we'll take some time to thank all the sponsors that make this possible, and all the people behind the scenes, the volunteers, to help create this week-long event and make it an incredible experience for not only the athletes, but also the people watching from home live on the broadcast brought to you by Niagara College, and everyone here in the stands cheering on their athletes. So we saw in that last race, it was St. Catharines in lane number 8, Jackson Schwand. And now into heat number 2, lane number 6. You see currently in the lead, Adam Levin for New York. Also in this heat, Don Rowing in lane number 2. St. Catharines, Elliott Smith in lane number 3. Andrew Dimcheff for Westside Rowing in lane number 4. Lincoln Pearson from Niagara Falls in lane number 5. The leader, Adam Levin, in lane number 6. Lane number 7, Tieran Green and Colin Hughes for St. Catharines in lane number 8. Tieran Green already competed this morning in the first race of today in the men's quad 4, where Riverside qualified for the final. Now in his own boat in the single division, Alexander Coleman for Don Rowing in lane number 2 has overtaken the lead and has built a bit of a gap between the rest of the competitors here in the second semifinal. To follow this, the women's senior quad for the Margaret Gare Trophy, set to take off at 8:36 in just a minute's time. No one in sight for Alexander Coleman, and Don Rowing in lane number 2 has blown past the competition in this race. Still, the top 3 will move on. The women's senior quad has kicked off with semifinal number 1 of 2. Nearing the final 250 here in the final qualifier for the men's senior 64 kg single championship. Lincoln Pearson of Niagara Falls, Adam Levin of New York in lane 5 and 6. Picking up some ground and looking to finish in that top 3 spot. St. Catharines, Colin Hughes. And Tieran Green of Riverside in lane 7 and 8 also in the mix. Alexander Coleman. Powerful through the last 250 here. It will be Don Rowing and Alexander Coleman to finish it first. Second and third still up for grabs here. Adam Levin for New York, Tieran Green for Riverside are gonna finish second and third. An exceptional race from Don Rowing's Alexander Coleman. The winner of heat number 2 and semifinal number 2 to qualify for tomorrow's final in the men's senior 64 kilogram single. The final times a 7:25.78 for Alexander Coleman. New York's Adam Levin finishing 8.19 seconds behind him, and Riverside's Tieran Green to also qualify for the final. Andrew Dimcheff in Westside Rowing finishing 4th in lane number 4. And will just miss the cut for the final tomorrow. Now moving over to the women's side for the senior quad. First of 2 semifinals. 6 boats in this race. Were slated. However, San Diego seems to be listed as a scratch in this race. So sitting in the far right lane on your screen, Conshohocken. Leander beside them in lane number 3. Lane number 4, British Columbia. Durham in lane number 6. And currently pushing the lead right now in lane number 7, White Marsh Boat. A stronghold lead for White Marsh. Elizabeth Martin in the stroke seat. Claire Freinlander, who we saw yesterday, Katrina Milbrett, and Aslyn O'Brien. The 4 women controlling the lead right now. Conshohocken in lane number 2 in the yellow boat. You see lanes 4 and 3, British Columbia and Leander.
I don't know. I'm not feeling great. What?
The top 2 right now, Conshohocken in lane number 2, White Marsh in lane number 7.
Lane 2, Don Rowing was first. New York AC second. Riverside third. Westside Rowing Club fourth. St. Catharines fifth. In lane
Still lots of time to make a move for Leander and British Columbia. Durham falling behind the pace here.
and a time of 7:25.78.
Entering the final 250. Conshohocken and White Marsh Boat held the lead through the midsection. Can they fight off these late attacks
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, is
from lane
the
3 and 4?
quad. CRC in
Top
lane
3
2, Leander in lane 3,
will move on to the final.
San Diego in lane 5, Durham in lane 6, and White Marsh in Boat Club in lane 7.
Semifinal number 2 has begun, but still the final stretch here to go for semifinal number 1. White Marsh Boat holding on to their lead they had since the start of this race. They're in lane number 7. Martin, O'Brien, Melbrandt, and Friedlander will cross the finish line first for White Marsh Boat in lane number 7 and take first place of this second semifinal for the women's senior quad. Coming in lane number 2, it's going to be Conshohocken. And it will be lane number 4's British Columbia, who will look to take that final third place spot and qualify for the final. There are your winners from lane number 7. Conshohocken and the yellow boat finishing in second place. The unofficial times: White Marsh Boat 6:35.58. Conshohocken just behind them, 7.56 ticks with a time of 6:43.14. In British Columbia in lane number 4 to beat out Leander in the end with a 6:52.85 time. Your top 3 will move on to the finals tomorrow. Where the 6 qualified boats will face off in the Margaret Gare Trophy final. Now back to the men's side. It'll be the men's under 23 fours. 3 semifinal heats. Only the top 2 qualify. In lane number 2 for this first semifinal, Cascadilla. Beside them, Calgary Racing Club in lane number 3. Western Ontario in lane number 4. Argonaut in lane number 5. Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 6. Calgary in lane number 7. And Greenwich Crew in lane number 8. The middle lane's pulling away from the pack right now. Calgary in lane number 3. Argonaut also in a strong position in lane number 5.
Final results, ladies and gentlemen, of this heat number 1 of the women's senior quad. White Marsh Boat Club in lane 7 was first. Conshohocken in lane 2 second. British Columbia.
Calgary and Argonaut, the leaders right now. Greenwich Crew, as well as Washtenaw Rowing in lane 8 and 6. Trying to fight for that third place position as it stands. Past the 1,000 meter mark. Heat number 2 set to take off shortly. So my mistake. This is still heat number 2 for the women's senior quad. The men's under 23 set to take on after this. So it's currently Montreal in lane number 3 with the lead. Calgary the third on your screen. You see Brock in lane number 5. Calgary lane number 6. And New York off the pack in lane number 7. So my apologies on the confusion. We're back with the women's senior quad. Still the second qualifier to go.
Let's go, bro!
So it's Calgary out of lane number 3, who you see on your screen just now, holding on to a lead inside the final 250. Top 3 here will qualify. The men's under 23-4 has now taken off. As we await the finish here for the final 3 qualifying spots for the women's senior quad. It's Brock and Calgary. 1 and 2 right now. Tight near the finish. It's going to be Calgary to finish number 1. Brock just behind them in lane number 5. Scorching it on the far side, it's Calgary once again in lane number 6. And it looks like they'll just have enough to beat out New York and Montreal for that 3rd place spot. And move on to the final. There's the number 2 boat in Brock. So them, as well as Montreal, who it was in lane number 3, pardon me, and Calgary from lane number 6 to qualify. So it was Montreal number 1 at 6:41.42. Behind them, Brock, and then Calgary. The top 3 moving forward to the Margaret Gare Trophy final in the women's senior quad, pardon me. That final taking place tomorrow. So the top 6 decided from the 2 semifinals. And it will be White Marsh Boat, BC, Conshohocken, Montreal, Brock, and Calgary in that final tomorrow. So now we are underway with the men's under 23-4. I apologize for the confusion. We are back with the right race now, and I talked about it just before, but to refresh your memory, in lane number 2, Cascadilla on the far right of your screen, Calgary in lane number 3, Western Ontario in lane number 4, Argonaut lane number 5, Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 6, Calgary at lane number 7, and Greenwich Crew on the left in lane number 8. Cascadilla, Calgary, lane number 2 and 3, near the front of this pack. Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 6, also nearing the front. Greenwich Crew in lane number 8. Calgary in between them, and those are the front 4 right now. Western and Argonaut falling off the pace. Still time to gain some ground as we enter close to the final 500. Cascadilla continuing to extend the gap between them and Calgary in lane number 3.
Men's under 23, 4. Cascadia is lane 2. Calgary lane 3. Western Ontario lane 4. Argonaut's lane 5. Washtenaw is rowing in lane 6. Calgary in lane 7. And Greenwich Crew in lane 8. That's the men's under 23, 4. They're just coming into the 1,500 meter mark now.
Cascadilla still holding on to their lead. The final 250 in sight. Calgary just behind them. Jeffrey Miller, the stroke seat of Cascadilla. Waleed Gamra in seat number 3. Western in lane number 4 trying to make a final push here as we enter the final 250. Cascadilla still holding on to their more narrow lead here. Washtenaw Rowing, Greenwich Crew trying to make a move on the outsides. Western trying to hold on to the pack. Trying to stay with Calgary and Cascadilla in 1 and 2. Cascadilla scorching towards the finish line. They'll finish first. Calgary to finish second. Western in lane number 4. Can they beat Washtenaw Rowing to the final stretch? And it will be Western who appear to finish second place. But first we'll go to Cascadilla from lane number 2. Western a strong push at the end to grab a third place spot. Curtis Leak, Isaac Irwin, and Aiden Mullen, as well as Liam Pierce. But it won't be enough to qualify, as only the top 2 will move on to the final out of these 3 semis. So it will be Calgary and Cascadilla, the top 2 teams. A 6:16.94 from lane number 2. Abram Litvak, Waleed Gamra, Jeffrey Miller, Layson, Diogenes, the 4 in that Cascadilla boat, taking home first place in the men's under 23 4 semifinal number 1. Over to the second qualifier now of 3 for the Roger Sellers Trophy. CRI in lane number 2, Mendota in lane number 3, Riverside lane number 4, University of Victoria, lane number 5. CRI also in lane number 6. Mendota also in lane number 7. And University of Victoria also in lane number 8. So a lot of familiar faces for a few of these boats. Each team having 2 boats in this race other than Riverside in lane number 4. Mendota in lane number 3. We saw them qualify for this semifinal. And these 4 in that number 3 lane for the Mendota boat, we saw win a couple of trophies yesterday. The 8s, John O'Brien, Lucas Farmer, Andrew Soman, and William Clipston. The other Mendota boat in lane number 7, pushing stride for stride with their teammates in lane number 3. So for this, the men's under 23, only the top 2 move on out of these 3 semifinals. This is the second of 3, still 1 more to come following this race. The final 500 meters in heat number 2 in sight. CRI, Jonathan Hale, anchoring that boat in seat number 4. Trying to gain some ground out of lane number 2. Trying to catch Mendota.
Heat number 3 of the men's under 23 forward. Now coming down Westbrook in lane 2. Western Ontario lane 3. Cascadia in lane
Riverside,
4.
University of Victoria.
Ottawa in lane 6. Greenwich in lane 7. And Mendota in lane 8.
Mendota from lane number 3 still holding on to their lead. Semifinal number 3 set to take off in less than a minute here. In the last 250, University of Victoria on the far left of your screen trying to climb their way back into this race. It's still Mendota in the lead out of lane number 3. Clipston, Soman, Farmer, and O'Brien striding their way across the finish line. They will finish first. And in lane number 7, it was also Mendota. So Mendota 1, Mendota 2, and semifinal number 2 to move on to the men's under 23-4 final. The final boat in, CRI. So it is Mendota 1 out of lane number 3, Mendota 2 out of lane number 7. So a sweep in this race for Mendota to qualify for the final. CRI just missing out in 3rd place. So now the final semifinal for the men's under 23-4. It's Vesper in lane number 2, Western Ontario lane number 3, Cascadilla beside them in lane number 4, British Columbia in lane number 5, Ottawa lane number 6, Greenwich Crew in lane number 7, and Mendota once again in lane number 8. So Mendota trying to have 3 of their men's under 23-4 in the final tomorrow. Cascadilla also already having a team that's qualified. Mendota in lane number 8. In a very strong position, British Columbia in lane number 5, breaking apart from the middle. Vesper and Western on the right side of your screen still very well in this race. Cascadilla, Ottawa, and Greenwich Crew slowly falling out of this one. It's BC and Mendota, the 1 and 2 right now. To follow this third and final semifinal for the men's under 23-4, we'll begin with the women's under 23-4. Their first of 3 semifinals set to take off in a little under 2 minutes. 9:06 the official start time for them. Compact near the top 3 of this semifinal. Past the 500 mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, just a reminder,
Entering the final stretch here
as long as you stay to the left
for those final 2 qualification spots.
That's the finish line. No one can be close to that line as it interferes with the officials from the finish tower. So now, please go to the left-hand side, go over by the tables, it's fine. And you'll get to see your athletes and take pictures. The next event, ladies and gentlemen, is heat number 1 of the women's under 23-4. West sides will be in lane 2.
British Columbia is the one on your screen. Sowell Hummer, Scaccaborzery, and Peacock. Scaccaborzery in seat number 2, Peacock seat number 1, Hummer seat number 3 for that BC boat. Sowell in that back position for the boat in lane number 5. And they're going to be the first to enter the right side of your screen and will finish number 1. It will be tight in the end for number 2, Western, as well as Vesper fighting for it. It's going to be very close. And it looked as though Vesper were just able to beat out Western Ontario for that second place position. We'll wait for the unofficial times, but it seems as though their boat did just enough to cross the finish line ahead of Western in third, and it was just enough, 0.21 seconds over Western it'll be British Columbia and Vesper, to move on to the final. An exhilarating finish. Second place very well was up for grabs near the end there. And Vesper also nearly even caught up to British Columbia, who finished first. But we're able to comfortably cross the finish line and win this race. And we'll now switch focus over to the women's side for the under 23-4 for semifinal 1 of 3.
We had a great start though. Outstanding.
Sitting in lane number 2. West Side Rowing on the far left of your screen. Row Buffalo in lane number 3. Riverside in lane number 4. Ottawa lane number 5. Riverside again in lane number 6. And OKCHP Center in lane number 7.
Yeah, Ben! Yeah, Ben!
So again, with 3 semifinals, only the top 2 qualifying for the final for the Nell Stacy Trophy in the women's under 23-4. So off the start right now, Ottawa out of lane number 5, currently ahead of the pack.
Heat number 3 of the men's under 23 final. First, lane 5.
If you're just joining us now, this is race number 12 of the morning so far.
4th, Regatta. 5th, Ottawa. 6th, Castlevia. And 7th, Greenwich. At a time of 6:09.94.
Event number 6 for the women's under 23-4 of this morning. Event number 71 of the incredible week we've had here in St. Catharines of the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. My name is Noah Vogel, and all the students here at Niagara College have brought the live stream to you this weekend, into the weekend.
So the women's
And hopefully you're enjoying the start of this excellent day of rowing and the beginning of the long weekend. It's currently lane number 5 in Ottawa, as well as OKCHP Center, the 2 in the lead right now.
Row Buffalo, Riverside, Ottawa, Riverside, and OKCHP Center.
Caldwell, Chris Jane, Dyer, and Smith, the 4 women in that boat for Ottawa in lane number 5. Westside Rowing also in contention for that top 2 position in lane number 2. So West Side, Ottawa, and OKC, the top 3 split from the rest, past the 500-meter mark. The last 250 in sight. OKC Center in lane number 7. Aline Nash, Brooklyn Holland, Caroline Downs, and Leah Brannon. Entering the final 250 meters here of heat number 1, semifinal number 1 of the women's under 23-4. Ottawa and OKC Center fighting for that number 1 spot. Top 2 move on. It's going to be OKC Center with a slight lead heading into the final stretch here. Out of lane number 7, OKC will take the crown in semifinal number 1. It'll be Ottawa to finish behind them. So your top 2 there on your screen. And the 2 teams who will be moving on. It was OKC Center with a time of 7:03.99. Ottawa just behind them, 7:06.45 with the unofficial times for the women's under 23-4. Heat number 2 is already kicked off. With still 1 more to follow for their final 2 qualification spots from each of the heat, 4 in total. After Ottawa and OKC have already booked their spot into the final. So now over to the second semifinal. Starting in lane number 7 on the far left of your screen, University of Victoria. Calgary in lane number 6. Ottawa in lane number 5. Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 4. Ridley College in lane number 3. And Peterborough in lane number 2. Peterborough currently holding a slight lead so far in the first 1,000 of this race. UVic on the far side in a good position. Calgary also in there. Calgary led by Alexandra Hart and Cecile Ferraro in seat 1 and seat 4, as well as Julia Hill and Diana Davis. They're both looking very strong past the 1,000 meter mark.
Next is the second heat. Remember, there's only 2 in the final of this one. Second heat, women's under 23-4. Peterborough in lane 2, Ridley in lane 3, Washtenaw in lane 4, Ottawa in lane 5.
Peterborough in the green out of lane number 2.
In lane 6, and University of Victoria in lane 7.
In that number 4 seat, Tess Fryer, Rebecca Dockeray, Jalen Mowry, we saw yesterday, and Emily Murfield rounding out that boat for Peterborough. Them and Calgary currently sitting the top 2. UVic in a very close 3rd in lane number 7. The middle of the pack here, Ridley College, Washtenaw, and Ottawa. But it still remains Peterborough in a race of its own right now, extending their lead. The final semifinal for the women's under 23-4 set to take off in any moment. For now, we'll wait the top two of heat number 2, which will move on to the final tomorrow. Peterborough still in a strong pole position. Heat number 3 has officially started. Peterborough still in the lead in heat number 2. Final push here, 250 meters left to go. Every stroke more important than the next. Calgary in lane number 6. Fighting with Peterborough all the way across in lane number 2. Calgary with a slight lead. Peterborough making their way back. It's going to be very tight near the finish. It's going to be Peterborough to finish first, Calgary to finish second. And the two will be moving on to the finals of the Nell Stacey Trophy. Peterborough, an excellent race. Calgary stoked to qualify for another final. But it was Peterborough who had an almost perfect race there. 6:52.88. They led pretty much the whole way, beating out second place by 3.08 seconds in Calgary, who will also qualify for the final. So 4 qualification spots have been decided, 2 more still to be given out. And that final qualifier race is already underway. Following this event, we'll head back to the men's side. It'll be the men's senior quad. But for now, we'll continue what has been an exciting semifinals for the women's under 23-4. 2 qualification spots still to figure out. TBC Racing on your right side of your screen in lane number 2. Westside Rowing lane number 3. British Columbia in lane number 4. Vesper lane number 5. Calgary once again in lane number 6. And Riverside in lane number 7. Top 2 advance. And currently British Columbia gliding through lane number 4 are the ones in the lead. Haley Clem, Natasha Witz, Emily Lustig, and Stella Frazier, the 4 in that boat. Vesper and Riverside lane 5 and 7 are the other 2 in contention. Calgary also making a move through this midsection, past the 1,000 meter mark. holding on pace into the final 500 meters is key here to stay in the mix. And all it takes is that final push near the end to go from not qualifying to one of those top 2 spots in a place in the women's under 23-4 final. BC, Vesper, Riverside, the top 3 teams. Calgary in a close 4th position. But it really all comes down to that final 250 meters to decide this race. The 500 meter mark incoming. The men's semifinal set to begin shortly for the senior quad.
The next heat, ladies and gentlemen, will be the 3rd heat of the women's under 23. Looking to the final. TBC Racing will be playing 2.
TBC Racing in lane number 2 has caught up some ground and almost neck and neck with Calgary in lane number 6. It's still British Columbia in a strong pole position here.
Which puts us right on time for the Regatta.
The first heat for the men's quad in the senior division has taken off as the women's under 23-4 enters the final 250. BC, Clem, Witz, Lustig, and Fraser, the leaders right now. Riverside looking for that second spot. O'Neill, Schaefer, Yee, and Follow coming out of lane number 7, heading into the final stretch here. Only the top 2 move on. Riverside currently with a slight lead over British Columbia and Vesper. It's going to be very tight for that second place. It looks like Riverside will take first. British Columbia making the final push in lane number 4. Do they have enough to get across the finish line? They do. So BC overtakes Vesper just at the end, and Riverside finishes first. After it looked, it was led by BC the whole time. Riverside with a strong final quarter to overtake British Columbia in the end. Lindsay O'Neill, Lily Schaefer, Grace Yee, and Elizabeth Fallow from Riverside in lane number 7 come out victorious in heat number 3. .658.62, overtaking British Columbia by just over a second to take top spot. Vesper just losing out in 3rd place, .73 behind BC in 2nd place. So now we begin our coverage for the men's senior quad, event number 72 of this week. 2 semifinals for this one. Top 3 qualify. Only 6 boats in this race fighting for the Charles M. Adams Memorial Trophy. For heat number 1, in lane number 3, Ottawa. Beside them, Durham in lane number 4. University of Victoria in lane number 5. Leander in lane number 6. Peterborough in lane number 7. And California in lane number 8. 3 will move on, 3 will not. The top 3 right now, Ottawa, University of Victoria, and California. 3, 5, and 7. Peterborough in the mix. Ottawa in that near side boat, anchored by Grayson Gray in seat number 4. Jack Bond behind him. Adam Grisbach in seat number 2. And Andre Vogt rounding out that boat for Ottawa, currently in one of those top 3 positions, very tight near the front here. University of Victoria also included in that mix. Peterborough, the other team, in that top 3.
Next event is the men's senior quad coming down the course. That's the 924 event. Lane 3.
So only 2 semifinals for this event for the men's senior quad. The next to take off at 9:30.
This is 3 to the finals. 3 to the finals.
Peterborough. Daniel Bullock, David Mungham, Brendan Rivers, Matthew Seaby. The 4 in that top 3 position for Peterborough. Ottawa still holding their lead in lane number 3. It's going to be tight near the finish between Ottawa and Peterborough. Ottawa with a slight advantage here. And they're going to finish number 1. Still 2 more spots to be taken. Peterborough and University of Victoria, the 2nd and 3rd place as it stands, and no one else in sight. So it will be Ottawa, Peterborough, and University of Victoria, the top 3 teams. And the first 3 to qualify for the men's senior quad final tomorrow. So the unofficial times for semifinal number 1, Ottawa with a 6:05.96. Peterborough behind them, 6:12.52. In University of Victoria, locking in on that 3rd spot, 6:18.06. 4th place team Durham well behind the top 3, 23.61 seconds behind. Still a strong race from them, but not enough to move on to the semifinals. Leander to finish 5th, in California in 6th place. So now to find the final 3 qualifying spots for the men's senior quad. Only 5 boats in this race for semifinal number 2. Starting in lane number 3 on the far right of your screen, Marietta Training, Crescent in lane number 4, Brock in lane number 5, Conshohocken in lane number 6, and Leander in lane number 7. So more than half of these teams will move on. Only 2 to not. Currently in the mix, Crescent, Brock, and Conshohocken, the 3 out of the middle, away from the pack. Leander well behind pace. Marietta still in the mix for a top 3 position.
Gentlemen, the first heat of the men's senior quad final results. Ottawa was in lane 3 first, Peterborough second, University of Victoria third, Durham fourth, Leanders fifth, and California sixth, and a time of 6:05.96. The second heat, ladies and gentlemen, of the men's senior quad coming down is Marietta training in lane 3, Crescent in 4, Rockbrook in 5, CRC in 6, and
Lane number 4
in 7.
in the yellow boat, Crescent. Jim McConnell, Jasper Lou, pardon me, Casson, Casey Hoshaw, Ian Richardson, currently holding on to a narrow lead. Brock right beside them. Riley Watson in the number 1 position in that boat. Charles Etienne Tibet, Nico Schramm, Connor Dodds in lane number 5 for Brock. Conshohocken slowly falling off the pace in lane number 6. It's Brock and Crescent, the top 2. Lou, McCullough, Howshaw, Richardson for Crescent, the leaders as it stands. Nearing in on the final 250. Top 3 qualify, the final 3 to move on to the finals. Following this, the men's under 23 lightweight pair. Semi-final number 1. Fighting for the Tyler King Memorial Trophy. 2 heats. Top 3 move on in those. And top 3 to move on in this heat. Brock in lane number 5, currently in one of those top 3 positions. Crescent right beside them in lane number 4. It's going to be tight finish for 1-2 here. It's going to be Crescent with a narrow lead over Brock. It will be Crescent to finish first, Brock to finish second. And Conshohocken in lane number 6 will motor in for that 3rd spot out of lane number 6. So 4, 5, 6, the lanes will finish 1, 2, 3. Crescent, Brock, Conshohocken, the 3 moving on to the men's senior quad final. The unofficial times, Crescent 5:51.37, just beating out Brock by 1.25. Brock 5:52.62. Conshohocken 6:02.13 to round out the top 3 moving on. Our next event of the day brings us back to the doubles. It'll stay with the men's. The men's under 23 lightweight pair. total of 2 heats, top 3 moving on from each of these. As we finalize our final unofficial times here. The winners of that past race crescent. Out of lane number 4. And moving over to the men's under 23 lightweight pair. In lane number 2, on the far left side, Row Buffalo. Beside them, CRI in lane number 3. GMS Rowing, the first time we've seen them today, in lane number 4. St. Catharines in lane number 5. Western Ontario in lane number 6. And Row Buffalo again in lane number 7. So 6 boats in this race, 5 in the next. Only 6 move on in total, 3 from this heat, 3 from the second, which is set to take off shortly after this first heat. As these boats make it across the first 1,000 marker. See GMS Rowing in lane number 4 in the blue shirts. Currently the ones ahead of the pack. Row Buffalo in lane number 7. Henry Bedell, Max Blackstein. The pair also in contention for that top 3 spot. Both those teams starting to pull away here. Out of lane 4 and lane 7.
Well, your start was good. I would say the start is actually pretty good.
Past the halfway point now. It's GMS and Row Buffalo, the 2 in front. One more out of those 2 can still qualify. Row Buffalo in lane number 2, also making their push forward. GMS still the leaders. Sean Christensen, Luke Desbason. The 2 controlling this race.
The tools of what? Oh, Mark. Oh, yeah.
Row Buffalo in lane number 2, close to them. CRI in lane number 3. The next boat behind those top 2, Row Buffalo and GMS. Western and St. Catharines, lane 5 and 6, behind the rest of the pack. Row Buffalo also in that mix.
Very nice.
Des Mason Christensen, the 2 leaders right now for GMS Rowing. Row Buffalo, Will Savage, and Patrick Dockery.
I have a clean winner.
Both those teams can taste the finish here. The second semifinal is underway for the men's under 23 lightweight pair. Des Mason and Christensen in the final 250. both Row Buffalo teams trying to make a final push here in the last stretch of this first heat. Blackstein and Bedell in lane number 7. But it's going to be Des Mason and Christensen for GMS Rowing to finish first. Blackstein and Bedell, as well as Dockery and Savage, second and third right now. It's going to be Row Buffalo from lane 2 to finish second. And for third place, it will be Blackstein and Bedell in lane number 7. So 2 Row Buffalo teams qualifying for the finals in lane 2 and lane 7. GMS Rowing comes out on top. Luke Des Mason and Sean Christensen finishing first in heat number 1 of the men's under 23 lightweight pair semifinal. So the unofficial time, 6:46.64 for GMS Rowing. And both Row Buffalo teams qualifying behind them. The top qualifiers from semifinal number 2, GMS Rowing. Moving on to the finals tomorrow. Our next event, slated after this other semifinal, for the men's under 23 lightweight pair, will be the women's championship single. But for now, we'll focus on the Tyler King Memorial Trophy qualification. Only 5 boats in this race. It's Western Ontario starting in lane number 3, Row Buffalo, Saratoga, St. Catharines, and Thunder Crew in lane 4, 5, 6, and 7. St. Catharines currently in a very strong position on the far left of your screen. Thunder Crew behind them. Row Buffalo and Western on the near side. From lane number 6, Chris Gomez and Maddox Harrison. Seat 2 and Seat 1 for St. Catharines. Looking very strong through the first 1,000 meters. Western Ontario also in that top 3. Donald McLean, Asia Bourne, the 2 in lane number 3. Currently sitting in second place behind St. Catharines. Row Buffalo in lane number 4 behind Western currently sit the top 3. The top 3 will move on to the finals. Row Buffalo already 2 qualifiers into the final for the men's under 23 lightweight pair from the first qualifying semifinal. Trying to make it a third here. St. Catharines ahead of the pack, heading into the final 500 meters. Gomez and Harrison lengthening their strokes here. Pushing into the final 250, the red buoys. The first heat for the Women's Championship single has begun. As we reach the final stretch here for semifinal number 2 for the men's under 23 lightweight pair. Gomez and Harrison for St. Catharines in lane number 6, the leaders. Looking to take first place here and confirm their spot into the finals. St. Catharines, all by themselves, heading across the finish line. They will finish first. Western in lane number 3, making their way across the finish line to finish second. Beside them, Row Buffalo, inching their way for that third place spot, and it will be St. Catharines 1, Western 2, Row Buffalo 3. And the final 3 to move on to the Tyler King Memorial Trophy final tomorrow. The unofficial times from that second heat: St. Catharines 6:48.12. Western behind them is 6:56.62, 8.5 seconds behind the leaders. And Row Buffalo with a 7:08.33 to find that final qualification spot. The winners, Chris Gomez and Maddox Harrison from St. Catharines, taking home the victory in the semifinals, and will look to take home silverware tomorrow. But now over to the next event, Women's Championship Single. Two scratches in this race, only 4 boats in semifinal number 1 of 3. In lane number 3, Sarah Rowe representing Riverside. Beside her, over in lane number 5, Bronwyn Bosnick for Deep Cove. Sierra Sidris in lane number 6 for San Diego. And Carissa Riley for Calgary in lane number 7. So with there being 3 semifinal heats for the Women's Championship Single, it will be the top 2 to qualify for the final tomorrow. Currently in the lead for Calgary, Carissa Riley out of lane number 7. Sierra Sidrus from San Diego in lane number 6 also up there, sitting in number 2. But it's Carissa Riley in control of this race in lane number 7. Sarah Rowe from Riverside, the boat just in front of her on your screen in lane number 3. Sarah Rowe still holding on to those powerful strokes, keeping herself in the mix here to finish in those top 2 positions, past the 500-meter mark.
The first heat of the women's championship single is on the way now. Riverside will be in lane 3, Ariana in lane 4, Deep Cold in lane 5, San Diego in lane 6.
A tight affair heading into the final 250. 3 in the mix. It's Carissa Riley, Sierra Sidrus, and Sarah Rowe in lane 7, 6, and 3. Entering the red buoy territory. Sierra Sidrus for San Diego. Riley just ahead of her. The final push here in the last stretch. Top 2 move on. Carissa Riley in the lead for Calgary. Over in lane number 7 is going to finish first. Second place still up for grabs here. Sierra Sidrus appears to be in the lead. Sarah Rowe has fallen off the pace, and it will be Sierra Sidrus for San Diego and Carissa Riley to finish first and second and qualify themselves for the Women's Championship Single Final tomorrow. Finishing third, Sarah Rowe in lane number 3. And Bronwyn Postanek finishing in 4th. So we have our first 2 qualifiers for the final tomorrow. The unofficial times. Calgary represented by Carissa Riley, 7:30.17. Sierra Sidrus for San Diego, 7:39.98. A dominating performance from Carissa Riley to take home first place in the semifinal. And already underway is the second of 3 total semifinals. Carissa Riley getting a standing ovation after her performance, taking first place. And a sure confidence booster heading into tomorrow's final. Now over to the second semi-final. In lane number 2, Carla Cavo for Conabear. Hannah Fitz for San Diego in lane number 3. Casey Shashasti for Riverside in lane number 4. Megan Walsh for Seattle Scullers in lane number 5. Alexandria Valenci Martinson, also for San Diego, in lane number 6. Currently in the lead in lane number 6, Valenci Martinson, representing San Diego in the white boat.
Second heat of the women's championship single. Under in lane 2.
Hannah Fitz also for San Diego in lane number 3. In a great position to finish in those top 2 qualifying spots.
That's the next event coming down. They're just passing through the 1,000-meter mark.
Just past the halfway point, 1,000 meters to go. Nearing in on the final 500 marker. It's the 2 San Diego boats in lane 3 and lane 6. Valenci Martinson and Hannah Fitz. The third and final semifinal has taken off for the women's championship single. Still 4 qualifying spots left, 2 in this race and 2 in the next. Following this will be the men's championship single. It's still San Diego owning this race. Top 2 qualify for the Mirror Challenge Cup tomorrow. Alexandria Valenci Martinson and Hannah Fitz for San Diego, the top 2 in lane 3 and lane 6. Entering the final stretch here. The final 250 meters. Anything can happen in this final push for the finish line. Alexandria Valenci Martinson for San Diego in lane number 6, currently in the lead. And it will be her to cross the finish line in first place and book her spot into the final in this third qualifying race. Just behind her in lane number 5 from Seattle Scullers, it's Megan Walsh. Lane 3, Hannah Fitz also making a push. It's going to be very tight here at the end, and it's going to be Hannah Fitz for San Diego to finish in second. Took a final hard push at the end to beat Megan Walsh, but she will qualify herself for the final tomorrow. So a sweep for San Diego, 1-2 for them in this qualifying race. As Carla Cavo crosses the finish line, we'll see our unofficial times here. San Diego in lane number 6, Alexandria Valencia Martinson with a 7:41.80. Behind her, Hannah Fitz with a 7:51.85, beating out Seattle Scullers Megan Walsh by 1.70 seconds. Now over to the last qualifying semi-final for the Women's Championship Single. Starting in lane number 3 for Green Racing Project, Sarah Boos. Beside her for UNAF, in lane number 4, Adriana Borson. Elaine Tierney for Penn AC in lane number 5. Holly Drapp for Green Racing in lane number 6. And Mata Ariliga Garay for Spain in lane number 7. In lane number 3, Sarah Boos for Green Racing. Ahead of her for UNAF, Adriana Borson in lane number 4 in the green boat. Borson with a substantial lead here, just past the halfway point. The men's championship single set to take off shortly. But for now, out of these 5 women, we need 2 to take the final 2 qualifiers for the women's championship single championship tomorrow. It's Borson and Boos, the 2 in front. Lane 3 and lane 4. For the final 2 qualifying spots, who will take it as the men's singles starts their first of 3 semifinals. As we wait the commencement of this final semifinal for the women's championship single.
There is, just remember, there's only 2 for the final.
Entering red buoy territory, the final 250 meters. Still in the lead, Adriana Borson from UNAF in the US of A. Green Racing behind her, Sarah Boos in second place. Borson holding on to her lead. Can she fend off the attacks from the other boats here in the final stretch? Borson gliding her way to the finish line in lane number 4. And it will be for UNAF, Adriana Borson to finish second. Green Racing, Sarah Boos, the top 2 in the final 2 qualifiers for the women's championship single final tomorrow. Sarah Boos, second place finish for her in the semifinal. Holly Drapp, also for Green Racing, an excellent effort near the end to try and sneak into that qualifying position, but it will be her teammate from Green Racing, Sarah Boos, to finish second place, and Adriana Borson from UNAV to finish first with a final score and time of 7:25.23, beating out second place by 9 seconds and 35/10 of a second. So the winner of the final semifinal, Adriana Borson from UNAV.
3 minutes.
As she'll be someone to look out for in the final tomorrow. But now, more semifinals taking place. It's the men's championship single. 3 heats, 2 qualifiers from each. Starting in lane number 2 for Green Racing, Kai Hope. Beside him, in lane number 4, it'll be Amel Yunus from Riverside. Stephen Harris from Brock in lane number 5. Francesco Dembinski for Evergreen in lane number 6. Matthew Finley from St. Catharines in lane number 7. And Drew Cricks from Kingston in lane number 8. Harris off to a strong start for Brock in lane number 5. Currently in the lead in this first semifinal for the men's championship single.
So the next event coming down, ladies and gentlemen, is the first heat of the men's championship single. Green Racing will be in lane 2.
In lane number 3, John Michael Hathaway from Potomac, currently sitting in that second place position.
That's the first heat of the men's championship single. They're just not quite to the 1,500 meter now.
Stephen Harris, the current leader in this race from Brock University, majoring in economics, has won Brock Male Athlete of the Year twice over his OUA career. Has won gold 4 times in the OUA championships. Pardon me, 6 in 4 years. Won gold in the men's lightweight, pairs, 8s, and quad, as well as men's rower of the year in 2022. He's also won multiple golds in the Canadian University Rowing Championships, as well as in the men's lightweight pair and the men's lightweight quad, and silver in the men's singles. An extraordinary athletic career for the current leader of this men's championship single, heat number 1 from Brock, Stephen Harris, who will finish first in this heat. Second Behind him, John Michael Hathaway from Potomac. In lane number 3, pardon me, will finish second. So for Harris, finishing first, and as he will qualify for the final tomorrow. Hathaway from Potomac will also move on, finishing in second place. Two more semifinals still to take place for the men's championship single. Taking a look at those unofficial times, and a strong race from Stephen Harris to finish first at 6:55.30. And behind them, it was a replacement for the scratch of John Michael Hathaway for Potomac. It was Penn AC actually who finished in second place. So now on to heat number 2. Starting in lane number 2 for Penn AC is represented by Michael Herman. In lane number 3, representing Fedimix, Thomas Xavier Manzillo Maiden. And beside him, Three Rivers. In lane number 4, Zachary Petronic. Lucas Austin beside him for Ridley Graduate in lane number 5. Willem Dresker for Riverside in lane number 6. Andrea Mil Flores for Spain in lane number 7. And Evan Hankis Hall for Green Racing in lane number 8. Lane 2 and 4, Herman, Petronic, in a very compact race past the 1,000 meter mark. On the far side, Hankis Hall for Green Racing. The current leader right now in lane number 2, Michael Herman for Penn AC. Multiple boats in contention for these 2 spots to qualify for the men's championship single final, nearing in on the final 500 meters here in heat number 2. Herman still leading, with Petronic in pursuit of one of those top 2 spots. Thomas Xavier Manzillo Maiden also there for Fedimix. Nearing in on the final 250. Herman holding on to a narrow lead here. Entering the final push of heat number 2 for the men's championship single. Top 2 qualify for the final. Trying to win the George F. Galt Memorial Trophy here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta in St. Catharines. Lucas Austin in lane number 5, pushing his way through the final 250. Herman falling off pace. Coming into lane number 8. Hankus Hall trying to finish first here. Petronic in lane number 4 trying to catch up. And it will be from Spain in lane number 7. It was Andre Emil Flores who was ahead of the rest and finishing that number 1 spot. We'll get the unofficial times in just a second. It was a tight race for that 2nd and 3rd position. But I apologize, it was Spain's Andre Emil Flores who was that one speeding down the far side, and it was Thomas Manzillo Maiden for FedEx to finish 2nd, and Michael Herman, after falling just behind, barely losing out for 2nd place, will not qualify through to the final by 0.3 tenths of a second behind FedEx's Thomas Xavier Manzillo Maiden. So a heartbreaking moment for Penn AC's Michael Herman, just missing out on those top 2 qualifying spots, but a congratulations to Andre Emil Flores and Thomas Xavier Manzillo Maiden for finishing 1st and 2nd. Still one more semifinal to go. The last qualifier for the final for the men's championship single already underway. Following this, we'll head back to the women's side. It'll be the women's under 19 quad. For now, looking at the men's championship single in lane number 2 for Seattle Scullers, Henry Ramstedt. Justin Schmidt for White Marsh Boat in lane number 3. Jordi Luis Gutierrez Castillo for FedEx in lane number 4. Breck Duncan for Penn AC in lane number 5. John Mannion for Riverside in lane number 6. Thomas Foltz for Penn AC in lane number 7. And in lane number 8 for Undine Edward Londres. Penn AC's Thomas Foltz in the yellow boat in a good position here to finish in those top 2. Through the middle, Jordi Gutierrez Castillo, as well as Breck Duncan in lane 4 and lane 5. 3 boats near the front of this race. It's lane 4, lane 5, lane 7. As we enter the final 500 meters of heat number 3, trying to qualify in the top 2 for the men's championship single final. The women's under 19 quad set to take off for their first semifinal of 3 at 10:24. So just moments away from that. For now, we're keeping our eye on this final semifinal heat. Two qualification spots left for the George F. Galt Memorial Trophy in the men's championship single. Now in the last 250. Breck Duncan for Penn AC in lane number 5. Jordi Gutierrez Castillo in lane number 4. 2 neck and neck for this final finish here. Foltz for Penn AC also in the mix. It's going to be Breck Duncan and Gutierrez Castillo, the 2 fighting for number 1 spot. Also in the mix in lane number 3, Justin Schmidt's going to be very close, but it looks to be lane 4 and lane 5, Breck Duncan and Jordi Luis Castillo in lane number 4 to finish 1-2, with Justin Schmidt just missing out on qualification in what was a very tight finish near the end of the men's championship single, heat number 3, for the final 2 qualifying spots.
So ladies and gentlemen, that just concludes the heat number 3, the final results of heat number 2.
So Justin Schmidt just missing out in 3rd place by 0.011 seconds to FedEx's Jordi Luis Gutierrez Castillo, who almost was able to overtake Breck Duncan, who will finish first with a total time of 6:49.53. Beating out 2nd place by 0.64 seconds to qualify him first for the George F. Galt Memorial Trophy final. So the top 2 make our final 2 qualifiers for the men's championship single. And now we'll move over back to the women's side for more team events for the women's under 19 quad. We were able to watch these qualifiers yesterday to make it to the final today. So some familiar faces this morning for the 10:24 scheduled start for first of 3 semifinals for the Thomas G. Gagnon Memorial Trophy. Starting in lane number 2, City Island. Beside them in lane number 3, St. Catharines. Notre Dame in lane number 4. Calgary in lane number 5. Erie Canal in lane number 6. Fairmount in lane number 7. And Potomac in lane number 8. So back with the team events. We took a slight break for a few rounds of pairs and single championships. Following this, we'll head back to the men's under 19 quad, which you saw the qualifiers for yesterday. On your screen now, we see Notre Dame and their quad. Sarah Stacy, Juliet Freer, Emerson Darling, Emma Goodhart finished first in their qualifying heat yesterday. But as I was saying, following the women's will be the men's under 19. And then we'll continue with the fours. It'll be the Cox fours for the men's under 17. And then we'll continue back with the women's and their under 17 singles, as well as the men's and women's eights. Still so much rowing to go today in what has been an incredible start to day number 5, continuing the trend of this entire week at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Still cloudy, possible rains in St. Catharines. We saw a little bit of drizzle yesterday. That happened for most of the morning, and we talked to Yana Paquin, who was on the call yesterday, and how that could affect some of these rowers. And there doesn't seem to be much that phases these athletes. Rain or shine, they're able to perform at their best. And we've seen that all week and into the long weekend and day number 5 on this Saturday. But possible rain in St. Catharines starting around 11 a.m. with cloudy conditions continuing throughout the day. The women's under 19 quad second qualifier has got underway as we continue into the final 500, moving into the final 250 stretch for the women's under 19 quad semifinal number 1. Notre Dame currently in the lead in lane number 4. Strong push here for each of these boats. Powerful strides needed to get to the final stretch. Entering the last push, it's going to be Notre Dame, followed by Calgary. Erie Canal just behind them. Top 2 move on. It's going to be Notre Dame to finish first, Calgary to finish second. Erie Canal third, Fairmount fourth. And the traveling fans of Calgary and the home fans of Notre Dame excited to see their teams move on to the final tomorrow. Notre Dame, we saw yesterday, certainly a powerhouse coming into these semifinals after they blew out the competition and won their qualifying heat. We know Calgary, also a very strong team. We saw them win a trophy yesterday in the quads for the under 23 women's. And now we'll qualify for a possible another trophy as we see our last 2 teams finish off the race, City Island and St. Catharines. But it will be Notre Dame and Calgary in lane 4 and lane 5 to move on to the finals. And what was a very close race near the end. Erie Canal, Fairmount, and Calgary all near that second place spot. City Island coming in behind Potomac. So the final unofficial times, the top two in this heat and the two following, of course, moving on to the finals. But we can't discredit the effort and performance that all of these teams have put through, even though they may not move on to tomorrow's final. Always pushing through and making for why the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta is such a sought-after rowing event. And all the exceptional teams and putting their effort forward. Moving over now to heat number 2. Starting on the far right in lane number 2, Victoria City, Washtenaw rowing in lane number 3, Cambridge in lane number 4, currently in the lead, and you see on your screen now. Beside them, St. Catharines trying to stay neck with them in lane number 5, Thunder Crew lane number 6, Calgary lane number 7, and Litchfield Hills in lane number 8. Maren Bruce, Emma Kirk, Gabriella Kuliski, Lucy Greenup, the 4 making up Cambridge in their boat, who are currently in a battle with St. Catharines in lane number 5. Carson Frick, Kiara Allington, Regan Ham, Pippa Sokol, all making up for St. Catharines. Pippa Sokol Rosendahl in seat number 1. On that boat in lane 5, you see in the lead as it stands. Cambridge slowly falling off the pace here. Thunder Crew also in a good position to finish in those top 2 spots. The final heat set to get underway in moments for the women's under-19 quad. Following this, the men's under-19 quad. St. Catharines holding on to their lead, nearing it on the final 250 meters. From our angle, the finish line looks so close, but still so far to go for all of these boats. The final push, easily the hardest to get across the finish line here. St. Catharines holding on to their lead. Cambridge is there in lane number 4. Thunder Crew also making their move for that second place finish. Top 2 will move on. Cambridge gaining ground on St. Catharines. The final stretch here as they come towards the finish line. St. Catharines currently in first. It's Cambridge who overtook them. So Cambridge in lane number 4 is going to finish number 1, and St. Catharines will also qualify, finishing number 2. An excellent recovery and response from Cambridge, who were neck and neck with St. Catharines for most of that race, pulling away near the end. But both teams will qualify for the final. For Cambridge, Maren Bruce, Emma Kirk, Gabriella Kuliski, and Lucy Greenup. The 4 taking home the victory in this first semifinal. Pardon me, second of 3 semifinals. So the unofficial times, those were for heat number 1, which we saw this heat, but it will be St. Catharines and Cambridge moving on. And now for the final women's under-19 quad semifinal, which has already begun here. All teams looking to qualify for the Thomas G. Gannon Memorial Trophy. Starting on the far left of your screen in lane number 8, Erie Canal. Notre Dame in lane number 7, Riverside lane number 6, Niagara Falls in lane number 5, OKC Riversport in lane number 4, Potomac in lane number 3, and Argonaut in lane number 2. Niagara Falls, you see down the middle in lane number 5, currently in the lead. Erie Canal also in that mix with Riverside and Notre Dame. In that boat for Niagara Falls in lane number 5, Mackenzie Murray, Virginia Gates, Ashlyn Fair, and Sabrina Cottringer. Potomac also gapping themselves from the back of the pack in Argonaut and OKC Riversport. Erie Canal in lane number 8 on the far side of your screen. All looking for those top 2 positions, the final 2 spots to move on to the final tomorrow. Niagara Falls continues their dominance through the halfway point. Moments away from the first of 3 for the men's under-19 quad. For lane number 3, Potomac, currently sitting in second. June Anderson leading in seat number 1. Ella Dowley, seat number 2. Mackin Malone in seat number 3. And Juliana Davis in seat number 4. Potomac starting to gain some ground here on Niagara Falls, which has led for most of this race. These two looking like the most likely to qualify from this third and final semifinal heat. Well past the 500-meter mark. Nearing in on the red buoys. Traveling fans cheering their team on, the home-ish team Niagara Falls. In clear contention for a top 2 spot here. Cottringer, the bow seat, moving her team forward as Niagara Falls tries to edge out Potomac, pardon me, in lane number 4. The final stretch, less than 100 meters to go. Niagara Falls in the lead, can smell victory here in the semifinal. And they're going to take first place. Potomac nearing in behind them in second. It's going to be Potomac 2, Niagara Falls 1. A dominating race from the top two finishers in Potomac and Niagara Falls. As the men's under 19 quad first heat has begun, we'll take a look at the unofficial times. Niagara Falls 6:52.32. Potomac behind them 5.37 seconds to finish in second place. But both will move on to the final tomorrow for the women's under 19 quad. Riverside Argonaut and River Sport rounding out in 4, 5, and 6. Very, very tight. As we now shift over to the next event for the men's under 19 quad. Only 5 boats in this first semifinal heat. Starting in lane number 3, Washtenaw Rowing. Beside them, Potomac in lane number 4, Ridgewood Crew in lane number 5, St. Catharines in lane number 6, and Calgary in lane number 7. Potomac with an early lead here in lane number 4. Hunter Sweeney in seat number 1, Daniel Riley, Tony Madigan, and Richard Whitfield. The crew for Potomac in the men's under 19 quad. Ridgewood Crew also in those top 2 positions in lane number 5. A lot of red in this race. But Ridgewood Crew, the current leader, ahead of the pack. Potomac close on their tail. Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 3. In a strong position to attack late through the first 1,000 meters, nearing on the final 500. Ridgewood, Potomac, Washtenaw, the top 3 right now. St. Catharines and Calgary behind the pack here for heat number 1 of the William B.C. Memorial Trophy. The men's under 19 quad division. Heat number 2 set to get underway in moments, as heat number 1 nears in on the final 250 meters past the 500 meter mark. Ridgewood still in the lead here in lane number 5. Potomac, St. Catharines behind them. Washtenaw slowly falling behind the pace. Calgary behind them. Ridgewood looking so calm and cool. Inside the red buoys, final 100 meters as Ridgewood crew will cross the finish line in first. Potomac just behind them. Washtenaw trying to make a final push here. It'll have to take a lot and it won't be enough as Ridgewood crew will finish first. Potomac second, Washtenaw third, St. Catharines fourth, and Calgary fifth. So Ridgewood crew, as Calgary crosses the finish line, will check out the unofficial times. It was them in first in lane number 5, 6:07.66. Potomac behind them at 6:11.8. Lucas Evers, William Nasser, Tristan Rydell, Juhan for Ridgewood crew. The crew to take the victory in this semifinal. Potomac just behind them. And the two to move on from the first semifinal. The second underway already. 4 more qualification spots for the men's under 19 quad final tomorrow. So for heat number 2, for the men's under 19 quad, Washtenaw rowing in lane number 7 on the far left of your screen. CRI in lane number 6. Potomac in lane number 5. Quad Cities in lane number 4. And Ridley College in lane number 3. A tight start to this race through the first 1,000. No team really edging forward. Ridley College in a good position in lane number 3. Potomac also with a slight length lead in lane number 5. One semifinal to come after this. 4 more spots available. 2 in this and 2 in the next heat. Very tight near the front of the pack here. It's Quad Cities and Potomac, the leaders as it stands. Top 2 move on. Ridley College starting to gain some ground through this midsection. It's now them and Quad Cities near the front. Potomac slowly losing ground here on the top 2, Ridley College and Quad Cities. The final 500-meter marker. Ridley College, Quad Cities. 1 and 2 right now. Potomac is going to have to make an attack late here as they enter the final 250. How much does each boat have left in the tank? We will see here. Needing a top 2 finish to move on. Quad Cities pulling away from Ridley College. Potomac still in the mix. All it takes is one big push at the end. Quad Cities still leading. Graham Matlock in seat number 4, urging his teammates forward. It's going to be close between Ridley College. Quad Cities in front. Quad Cities in lane number 4, ahead of Ridley College. It's going to be Quad Cities to finish first, Ridley College to finish second, and Potomac finishing in 3rd place. So Quad Cities, Eamon and Graham Matlock, Jack Foltz and Caden Cottons finish first in lane number 4. For Ridley College, Ethan Postma, Aiden McPhail, Elliot Leal, and Andrew Schroff to finish second. 1.87 seconds behind the first place Quad Cities. So as we hold those final unofficial times, we'll head over to the final semi-final for the men's under 19 quad. Starting in lane number 3, once again, Ridley College. Beside them, Erie Canal, lane number 4. Conshohocken in lane number 5, Victoria City, lane number 6, and Great Bay in lane number 7. 5 boats in the water, only 2 spots left. Who will be the teams to take it out here at the 140th Canadian, Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in St. Catharines? If you're just joining us now and watching the stream brought to you by all the students here at Niagara College, my name is Noah Vogel. What has been a great morning so far. Still lots of rowing to come later today. We're nowhere near done yet. Still continuing with the men's under 19 quad in heat number 3. Victoria City in lane number 6 and Erie Canal in lane number 4, the 2 out front right now. Conshohocken and the white shirts in lane number 5, hanging with the leaders right now. staying within striking distance and focusing on each of those strides, and staying synchronized here is important as we head past into the final 500 meters. 7:50 about to go here. There's Ridley College, Erie Canal, lane 3 and lane 4. After a big push from the boat in lane 3. Noah Paquin, the man in seat number 4, Adam Falvo, Braden Mittenberg, and Aaron Jackson for Ridley College in lane number 3. Beside them, Erie Canal. Still in the lead here. Conshohocken slowly creating a bigger gap for themselves between the top two. Nearing the final 250, it's still Erie Canal. Benjamin Jewell leading his men. Ryan Pezderski, Andrew Cheely, Ryan Agans. The crew for Erie Canal currently in the lead in lane number 4. Each catch must be perfect in this final stretch. So tight near the end. Top two move on. Victoria City, Conshohocken, 3 boats, only 2 spots left. Who will it be? Erie Canal pulling ahead just barely. Victoria City also in the mix. First, Erie Canal. Conshohocken, I think, just beat out Victoria City at the last second. You can see them celebrating. Victoria City, gut-wrenched. We'll have to see the unofficial times, but it couldn't have beat them by very much. Erie Canal for sure through. And as of right now, Conshohocken will be joining them ahead of Victoria City. 0.19 seconds behind second place was Victoria City. A very, very tight finish in what was an excellent race here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta for the men's under 19 quad. Erie Canal, Conshohocken, the two teams moving forward. The next event, the men's under 17 coxed 4. All battling for the Herb Gay Trophy. 3 semifinals, top 2 move on. 5 boats in this race. St. Catharines in lane number 3, Row New Jersey lane number 4, CRI in lane number 5, Mercer in lane number 6, and TBC Racing in lane number 7. CRI in lane number 5, the current leader right now. Mercer beside them. The Coxies for those crews. More Pinto Rouge for CRI. Joseph Koifman for Mercer. closer look at the leaders, CRI and Mercer. The boat in red,
So, ladies and gentlemen, for the men's
creating a gap between first and second.
we will have to the final, Erie Canal, Conshohocken, Quad Cities, Ridley College, Ridgewood, and Potomac. There are 6 boats that are moving through to the finals for the men's under 19 quad.
Malcolm Stanton, Charlie Winder, Zachary Zapoli, Quinn Patrick Fallon. The whole crew for CRI currently in the lead in lane number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, the men's under 17 coxed 4 is on the
Mercer, still the only team in sight behind them. A very big gap between first and the rest of the group. CRI dominating this race so far, but anything can happen as we head into the final 500 meters. St. Catherine's on the near side of your screen in lane number 3. Can still make a push for that second place and qualify for the finals. Row New Jersey also not too far behind the front 3. All boats nearing in on the final 250. As heat number 2 is set to get underway in any moment now. There'll be one more heat to follow before all qualification spots are taken for the men's under 17 Cox 4. CRI still in the lead. Mercer just behind them in lane number 6. Each Coxie moving their team forward, urging them to finish this race. CRI with a slight boat length lead. Mercer behind them. It's going to be CRI to finish first. Who will finish second? Row New Jersey has fallen off the pace. It's going to be PNRA Mercer, as well as CRI to finish first and second. The winners on your screen now. An excellent race from them. Mercer in second. The unofficial times, CRI 6:29.89, 5.4 seconds ahead of second place in PNRA Mercer. And a large gap between them and St. Catherine's. As Row New Jersey and TBC Racing narrowly round out the 5 in this first heat. Heat number 2 is underway. As we look to figure out who will be joining Mercer and CRI in the finals for the Herb Gray Trophy tomorrow. So over to heat number 2 now. Lane number 3. PNRA Mercer on the far left side of your screen. OKC River Sport in lane number 4. Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 5. Row Buffalo in lane number 6. In Port Rowing in lane number 7. So another 5-boat race. And only 2 will qualify. An early lead for Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 5. OKC River Sport also with a strong start through the first 1,000 meters. The final semifinal set to take place in a few minutes, and following that, we'll see our first 8s of the day. It'll be the men's under 19 8. Which, watching yesterday, has to be one of the favorite events of mine. And just how impressive it is to move a boat at such speeds with so many bodies. Of course, each of these events have their advantages and disadvantages. We talked about them yesterday with Yana on the call, and how with less people it can be so much easier to tip your boat and get off balance. For these rowers, they make it look so easy. And as of right now, in heat number 2, it's Hawk Rowing Club and OKC River Sport in the lead. In the 1 and 2 positions. Past the 500-meter mark.
Just approaching the 1,500-meter mark. Looks like it's a very close race.
Stamina and communication so important in these Cox 4 races. Of course, each boat having their own coxie to motivate each athlete. For Hawk Rowing and OKC River Sport, it's Brendan Hicks and Mary Harding near the front of their boat. For Row Buffalo, Bianca Ficcarilli, Will Quanderer for Port Rowing, Olivia Huynh for Mercer. Also important, and the roles just as important as the athletes. Heat number 3 is underway. And heat number 2 is in the final 250 meters. It's still Hawk Rowing and OKC River Sport 1 and 2. Aiden Walker, Zahir Mali, Tyrus Majka, Quinns Bransfield for Hawk Rowing, trying to hold on to this lead. It looks like OKC River Sport might be able to overtake them. Currently, with a half boat's length lead, heading into the final stretch, and will cross the finish line in first. OKC River Sport overtaking Hawk Rowing to finish in first place. Both will qualify. And big celebrations coming over from OKC River Sport. And specifically Caden Burnham and Benjamin Castle near the front of that boat. but they will take the number 1 spot. 6:34.36, 3.17 seconds ahead of Hawk Rowing Club in second. Both teams will move on, but it'll be OKC Riversport with the bragging rights heading into the final tomorrow. And what an excellent morning it has been, and expect the same throughout the day. And it wouldn't be possible without all the sponsors we have here through day number 5, and of course into tomorrow for day number 6, into the long weekend. And we can't thank them enough for all the help they give, all the volunteers that put all the effort to make this Royal Canadian Henley Regatta what it is and what it will be in the future. So we say thank you to all of our sponsors and everyone involved in this event. If you're just joining us, my name is Noel Vogel, and here we got the Niagara College broadcast crew bringing you the live stream throughout this week and into, of course, the final day tomorrow. We're still here on the men's under 17 coxed for the final heats to qualify the last 2 teams for the final. Following this, we'll head into the 8s. It'll be the men's under 19 8s. 5 boats in this heat for the 17 coxed for. St. Catharines in lane number 3, Notre Dame lane number 4, Greenwich Crew in lane number 5, Argonaut in lane number 6, and Row Buffalo in lane number 7. Argonaut on your screen right now from lane number 6. Caitlin Ko, the coxie of this boat. Notre Dame in lane number 4 in the bright colored shirts, as well as Argonaut, the 2 in the top half of this race, past the 1,000 meter mark. Greenwich Crew, and a name we've seen a few times, Avery Israel, the coxie for them. Greenwich Crew had a great performance yesterday, currently just behind the leaders right now. Luke Weskner, Henry Rockel, Hunter Zeppelin, Henry Lovejoy, the crew for Greenwich. Notre Dame as well had a great showing in their qualifier to make it to the semifinals here. Audrey Hart, the coxie for that Notre Dame boat. William Babineau, Liam Renwick, Liam Oliver, Hunter Guillemette. Strong crew. We saw them yesterday, and so far, so good. It's them, it's Argonaut, and it's Greenwich Crew. Row Buffalo on the far side also making a push through this middle part past the 500 meter. Final 250. The front runners inside the red buoys. Stamina so key here for this final push. who will finish in that top 2 position to move on to the final. Notre Dame in first in lane number 3. Lane 4, Greenwich Crew, Argonaut. The next 2 just ahead. It looks like Argonaut is going to be able to finish second. Notre Dame first. And from lane number 6, by just enough, Argonaut will pick up second place. Caitlin Ko, the Coxie, ecstatic with her crew in an excellent performance from them in lane number 6. You see them on your screen now. Second place finish for them in a qualification to the final tomorrow. Unofficial times, Notre Dame 6:35.34, Argonaut 6:39 flat. And we're just able to beat out Greenwich Crew by 1.48 seconds. And what was another exciting down to the wire race to complete the qualifiers for the men's under 17 coxed 4. So following this, we will move over a little bit of a break here. As we check out the winners of that past race, Notre Dame for the men's under 17 coxed 4. They'll be moving on to tomorrow's final. But scheduled for 11:24 in just a moment's time will be the start of the men's under 19 eights. It'll be 2 semifinals. Top 3 from each of these heats will move on to the final tomorrow and will compete for the St. Catharines Rowing Alumni Trophy. Taking a look at each of these boats, starting in lane number 2. It'll be Conshohocken, Greenwich Crew in lane number 3, Row Buffalo lane number 4, Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 5, TBC Racing in lane number 6, and Erie Canal in lane number 7. So the first time we've seen the 8s today. We talked about earlier in the Olympics, the women's coming home in the 8s with another rowing medal, a silver this morning. And what an inspiration they are for all the rowers here in Canada. And we'll get to see our taste of some 8s here for the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta with the men's under 19.
TBC Racing. You've been assessed a yellow card for a traffic violation. Caution, a reminder, we can acknowledge hands.
In lane 4, Row Buffalo, the Coxie for this crew, Noah Rajecki. Lane number 5, just beside Row Buffalo, Hawk Rowing Club. Connor Miller, the Coxie for this crew. Matthew Dobkin just in front of him in seat number 8. Jack Jawork in seat number 1.
Under 19 and under 23 Gold Regatta. Championships will be held here.
TBC Racing will hold down lane number 6. Charles Murphy, the coxie for this crew. And they'll finally get the last checks before each team will be sent off for the first men's under 19 eights semifinal of 2. Top 3 qualify for the final tomorrow. So here we go. Each boat needing to get their rhythm off start. Not expend too much energy, pardon me, but put themselves in a position to stay with the pack. And of course, finish in that top half to finish in a qualifying spot. Row Buffalo Hawk Rowing Club, those 2 boats in the middle.
Semifinal, number 2, lane 7, Pittsburgh Crew, lane 6, Kate Racer, TNRA Racer, lane 5, TBC Racing, lane 4, Reddit Crew, lane 3, Fairmont, lane 2, 5 minutes.
Nearing in on the halfway point. The first 1,000 meters gone in this first semifinal of 2 for the men's under 19 8. A narrow lead through the middle for Row Buffalo, Hawk Rowing, and TBC Racing. Row Buffalo in the white. Beside them, Hawk Rowing and TBC Racing in lane number 6, Erie Canal are the front 4 right now. Greenwich and Conshohocken slightly behind pace near the 750 mark.
3 minutes.
Hawk Rowing and Coxie Connor Miller tit for tat with Row Buffalo. Lane 4 and lane 5, the 2 leaders right now. TBC Racing just behind them. Conshohocken in lane number 2 on the near side of your screen. Very close with TBC Racing in lane number 6. Both of those teams in a position to finish third. Right now it's Row Buffalo and Hawk Rowing Club, 1 and 2 as it stands.
Ladies and gentlemen, there is 3 to the finals in this event. 3 to the finals.
The final 500-meter marker has been passed. Nearing in on the final stretch, the 250 at the red buoy mark. Row Buffalo with a narrow lead. Hawk Rowing Club trying to close that gap just a little bit as we enter the final 250. The red buoys are in sight. TBC Racing, Greenwich Crew, Conshohocken, Erie Canal, all fighting for that third spot. Right now it's Row Buffalo and Hawk Rowing Club for 1 and 2. Nearing in on the grandstand to cross the finish line first. Row Buffalo with a narrow lead. Hawk Rowing Club will finish second. Row Buffalo first. Coming in for third, TBC Racing. Conshohocken making a final push, but it won't be enough. So the top 3, Row Buffalo, Hawk Rowing, and TBC Racing, lane 4, 5, and 6. Moving on to the St. Catharines Rowing Alumni Trophy Final.
This concludes the first setting of the under-19A. Out of this three of those that Row Buffalo, Oxnard, and TBC will go through. We will wait for the results.
The unofficial times, Row Buffalo out of lane number 4, 5:43.24. Hawk Rowing Club with a time of 5:45.63. And TBC Racing holding on to that third spot to qualify for the final with a time of 5:54.14. So the second men's under-19 semifinal is underway. Again, 6 boats in the water, 3 move on, 3 do not. For semifinal number 1, Row Buffalo finishing in first place. So we'll see them moving on to tomorrow for the final of the men's under 8. TBC Racing, Hawk Rowing Club, the other 2 to also move on. And now moving over to semifinal number 2.
3 minutes.
Starting on the far right, in lane number 2, Fairmount. Beside them, Greenwich Crew in lane number 3. TBC Racing, lane number 4. Mercer in lane number 5. Cambridge in lane number 6. And Pittsford Crew in lane number 7. them, Cambridge, Mercer, and TBC Racing, the leaders as of right now through the first 1,000 meters of the men's under 19.8 semifinal number 2.
I like to play bumper boat. You know this.
Greenwich crew in lane number 3 has made a strong push in this second half, nearing in on the final 500 meters. It's them, TBC Racing, Mercer, Cambridge just behind them. Top 3 move on to the final tomorrow for the St. Catharines Rowing Alumni Trophy in the men's under 19.8. Following this will be the women's under 17 single. That's only moments away from their first of 3 heats to qualify for the final. We saw the qualifiers for the semifinal yesterday morning. A couple of familiar faces that we saw throughout yesterday. We'll be seeing once again, but for now, focusing on the men's under 19.8. It's Mercer who currently sit in first place. Cambridge is right there. TBC Racing slowly losing off the pace. Greenwich crew needing a final big push here for the final 250 meters. 3 spots available for qualification to the final. Mercer in lane number 5, the current leader. Heading into the final stretch, it's Mercer, Cambridge, Pittsford crew, TBC Racing making their final push for second. It's gonna be Mercer, it's gonna be TBC Racing, and it's gonna be Cambridge. 1, 2, 3. The qualifiers, Pittsford crew just missing out in what was an excellent race all the way through from Mercer, led by Coxey, Ray Casey. An exhilarating finish. Not much between the top 4 crews. As we take a look at the unofficial times, no more than 2 seconds in between each. Mercer, 5:48.78. Greenwich crew just behind them, 5:50, and Cambridge, 5:52.14. And Pittsford crew just missing out by less than a second, 0.92 behind third place Cambridge. So those top 3 will be moving on to the finals tomorrow for the men's under 19.8. The women's under 17 single, their first heat has kicked off as we wait the final unofficial times. And moving on in first place will be PNRA Mercer. Henry Alston, Charles Huckle, Braden Hendrickson, Estel Justice, Cody Jang, Grant Shore, Nicholas Franceschi, and Nathan Liu. The crew, the 8 to win this semi-final and send Mercer in through to the finale tomorrow. You see there Greenwich crew in Cambridge, the other 2 to qualify. Smiles on the faces of the Cambridge boat. Greenwich crew, an exceptional race, finishing second in that heat. So the start of the women's under 17 singles, the first heat of 3. The top 2 will move on.
Watch your horse, Dogger.
Starting in lane number 2, representing Westside Rowan, Margaret Walcott. E-City Crew is in lane number 3, Ella McFadden representing them. Emma Mayer for also E-City Crew in lane number 4. Orla Bailey, who we saw dominate yesterday in her qualifying heat for Calgary in lane number 5. Olivia Lill for Saratoga in lane number 6. McKenna Kubica for Peterborough in lane number 7 rounds out the 6 racers. Currently Orla Bailey leading the pack. We saw her win in the women's under 17 quad yesterday afternoon. It was the last race of the day. Looking to come home with some silverware as a single as well. It's her and McKenna Kubica from Peterborough in lane number 7 are the leaders right now.
And let it run. Watch it go, watch it go, watch it go, 4-5. South Mayor, 1 stroke.
You can see each catch getting a little bit slower, a little more powerful for Peterborough's McKenna Kubica. Orla Bailey trying to keep that pace. Slowly moving ahead of the competition. Controlling that gap. Not letting anyone get into striking distance. Orla Bailey from Calgary in lane number 5 will be the first to hit the 500-meter marker. Margaret Walcott in lane number 2, you see on the bottom of your screen. Trying to be one of those top 2 qualifiers to get to the final. Orla Bailey still a large gap between first and second. Can she hold on to it here? Margaret Walcott gaining some ground. McKenna Kubica still in the mix. Emma Mayer in there as well for E-City Crew. Heat number 2 has taken off as we await the finish of heat number 1. The cheering squad for lane number 5 and Orla Bailey from Calgary urging her on as they reach the final 250 meters for the women's under 17 single. It's Bailey and Kubica. Entering the final stretch towards the grandstand. It's Bailey in front, Kubica behind. No one else in sight. It's going to be Orla Bailey to win heat number 1 for the women's under 17 single. Second place goes to McKenna Kubica of Peterborough. And those two will be moving on to the final. Kubica held on with Bailey for the majority of that race, but it was just too much near the end. Calgary's Orla Bailey had too much to give near the end of that race and was able to create the gap and win the first heat for the women's under 17 single. Taking a look at the times, 8:01.77. Not the fastest time we've seen from Orla Bailey, but certainly enough to win this heat. Peterborough's McKenna Kubica in second will both qualify to the finals. There's Orla Bailey, she'll be moving on. An excellent week she's already had. Already some silverware yesterday. Looking to add to that in the singles column. Now over to heat number 2. Starting in lane number 7 on the far left from Ridley College, Naomi Cousins. Autumn Pryor from Aurelia in lane number 6. Sophia Sampanthar from Saratoga sits in lane number 5. Maria Proden from CRI in lane number 4. Morgan Etna from Gordon Rowan in lane number 3. And Carmela Vigledia from Morristown Rowing in lane number 2. Currently in the lead for CRI, Maria Proden in the yellow boat. Autumn Pryor from Aurelia, as well as Naomi Cousins, the other two in contention with her. Proden not looking back. Still so much gap between her and second place, as she tries to be the third to qualify for the women's under 17 single final. Heat number 3 has just got underway. the third and final of the semifinal heats. Vigilanetta from Morristown rowing in lane number 2, also trying to make her move through this midsection. Already through to the final 500 meters. Still a huge gap for Maria Proden from CRI in lane number 4. The final 250 here for the leader, Proden from CRI.
This is the second heat. Women's under 17, Morristown lane 2, Portland lane 3, CRI lane
An almost perfected race from Maria Proden. The yellow boat continues to glide forward in first place here of the second semifinal for the women's under 17 single. Naomi Cousins and Autumn Pryor fighting for that second place spot. It's gonna be Maria Proden to finish first. Who will come up with second? It's Pryor, it's Cousins. It's so tight near the end. It's gonna be Aurelia's Autumn Pryor, who maybe just beat Naomi Cousins. It's going to be so close. We'll have to wait for the unofficial times. Only one can go through. We know the first is Maria Proden from CRI. But between lane 6 and lane 7, and Autumn Pryor and Naomi Cousins, I'm really not sure who won that race. So it will be Autumn Pryor from Aurelia beating out Naomi Cousins by 0.02 seconds. You can't get much closer than that. The top three, 27.21 seconds ahead of the bottom three. Saratoga's Sophia Sampanthar finishing in third place. But heartbreak for Naomi Cousins, getting beat out by 0.2 of a second to make it to the finals tomorrow. An incredible race, an incredible finish. But it will be Autumn Pryor and who you see on your screen now, Maria Proden from CRI, to move on to the championship tomorrow. The final heat is underway for the women's under 17 single. Following this will be the women's under 19 8. Taking a look now to the final qualifier, starting in lane number 2. Avery Broadbent for Erie Canal. Natalie Frank for Thunder Crew in lane number 3. Virginia Gates for Niagara Falls in lane number 4. Heidi Wallen for Calgary lane number 5. Thelma Flowers for Ridgewood Crew in lane number 6. And Tamsin Taylor, for Ottawa in lane number 7. We saw Thelma Flowers win her heat yesterday to get to these semifinals. Virginia Gates as well. Heidi Wallen was the champion for Calgary in the women's under 17 fours yesterday with Orla Bailey, who won heat number 1 of 3 here. But right now, it's Niagara Falls own Virginia Gates in the lead. Behind her, Natalie Frank for Thunder Crew, the top 2 right now. Nearing in on the final 500 meters, the 1,500 meter mark. Right now, it's Gates and Frank, lane 4 and lane 3, who sit in first and second right now. The women's under 19-8 is getting set to take off any moment now. And that will be the event to continue after the commencement of this one. It's a 3-horse race right now. Virginia Gates, Natalie Frank, Avery Broadbent, who you see on the top end of your screen. The mental strength these women need to have to finish these final 350 meters here to get to the finish line and finish in that top 2 position to move on. Virginia Gates in lane number 4, entering the final 250 meters. Keeping that stride pace that's kept her in the lead for this entire race. Gates in the lead. Frank and Broadbent trying to make their move late in this one. Heidi Whalen also making a push near at the end from lane number 5 for Calgary in the red shirt. Anything can happen here, the final 100 meters to go. First to enter the scene, Virginia Gates. She's going to win this race, but who will come second? Wallen is the next up. Frank is also in the mix. It's going to be between the 2 of them. Wallen versus Frank. Who will cross the finish line first? It's so close. It's going to be Natalie Frank to just beat out Heidi Wallen and take a second place finish for Thunder Crew in lane number 3. Broadbent, Flowers, and Taylor all to finish behind them. The top 2 going through, Virginia Gates and Natalie Frank. The final times, Virginia Gates 8:11.61, which is an excellent time, not the best we've seen today. Through the semifinals, the best time from any contestant was Orla Bailey in that first heat with an 8:01. But all she needed to do was come in the top 2 to qualify for tomorrow, and that's what she did. Natalie Frank doing the same, 8.19.23, and just behind her by a sliver was Heidi Wallen. No more than 1.5 seconds behind. But it won't be enough to move on to tomorrow. Moving on will be Virginia Gates from Niagara Falls, you see on your screen now, and Natalie Frank from Thunder Crew. The top 2 finishers. So the women's under 19-8 has got underway here. They're past the 1,000 marker. Starting in lane number 2, City Island. Beside them, Westside Rowing in lane number 3. TBC Racing in lane number 4 and number 5. Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 6 and Argonaut in lane number 7. A very tight first 1,000 meters. We'll see if it'll break up nearing the final stretch here. Taking a look at Westside Rowing in lane number 3, coxed by Anna McCarthy. Currently with a slight advantage. TBC Racing in lane number 5. And Argonaut in lane number 7, the two closest to them. 1,500 meters, almost gone. The final 500 nearing. Westside Rowing extending their gap. It's going to be very tight for a second place finish here. Only 2 semifinals for the women's under 8, so there will be 3 qualification spots. So it is the top 3 to move on in this event. Still Westside Rowing with TBC Racing on their tail. Argonaut also in a position to strike for a top 3. Argonaut making a push in lane number 7. It's TBC Racing in lane number 5 that's making the push for Westside Rowing. Inside the final 250. The last push here for the first 3 qualification spots for the women's under 19-8 final. Argonaut, Westside Rowing, TBC Racing, the 3 battling for it. Who will finish first? Westside Rowing with just a narrow lead. It's going to be them. Then Argonaut and TBC Racing to finish 1, 2, and 3. But what a close race that was. All teams had a chance to finish in that top 3. It was very narrow down the back end there. But it will be Westside Rowing, TBC Racing in lane number 5, and Argonaut out of lane number 7 to finish in the top 3. So the unofficial times, Westside Rowing with a 6:37.96, beating out Argonaut by 3.55 seconds in second. TBC Racing out of lane number 5 will finish in 3rd. So heat number 2 has got underway for the women's under 19-8. We found the 3 teams moving on to the finals. There's still 3 more spots to be had.
all the trophies now for the finals that are coming this afternoon. So we will be starting finals around 1:42, and then after those finals, we get into some more heats.
So looking now at the women's under 19 8, the second semifinal, starting in lane number 2, CRI. Beside them is also CRI. In lane number 4, Cambridge, Greenwich Crew in lane number 5, Erie Canal in lane number 6, and Rowe, New Jersey in lane number 7. Very tight through the first 1,000. CRI Cambridge and Rowe, New Jersey, the front runners right now. Taking a look at lane number 7 in Rowe, New Jersey. Lane 4 in Cambridge, just slightly ahead of the pack. A very narrow lead near the front. Still very tight through the next marker. The first 1,000 down. It's CRI on the near side trying to make a push on Cambridge in lane number 4.
Stars are here.
CRI in lane number 2, CRI in lane number 3, and Cambridge make the top 3 as of right now. Past the 1,500 meter mark, only 500 to go.
Is the World Championships for the under 19 and under 23 World Championships here in Regatta. You want to attend it, STC2024.com. You can get your tickets. It goes from the 18th to the 25th. You have
See you later.
Cambridge through lane number 4 is continuing to hold on to their lead. Entering the final 250, the red buoys. Not a lot of breathing room for these boats. Erie Canal, you can see in the light blue, trying to make their move for a top 3 position. Cambridge still leads. Evelyn Mace, the coxie, for the boat in lane number 4. It's going to be Cambridge in the lead, looking to take the number 1 spot. Erie Canal closing in on second. CRI in lane number 3 is going to make it tough for them. CRI takes number 2. And a very, very tight finish for third place. It was Erie Canal just beating out CRI from having 2 teams in the final. But it'll be Cambridge, CRI from lane number 2, and Erie Canal from lane number 6 to qualify for the women's under 19-8 final. The final unofficial times, Cambridge 6:30, 6:15, CRI just ahead of Erie Canal 6:40, 73. In that third spot, Erie Canal beating CRI by 0.20 seconds to qualify for the Harris Fisher Trophy in the women's under 19-8. Still so much rowing to come today. And more rowing for these women here. We'll be moving on to the finals for the women's under 19-8 CRI. Cambridge as well, who came first in that final qualifying heat. We'll move on to the final tomorrow. And the last spot going to Erie Canal to make out the top 6 for the women's under 19-8s. So much action still to come. Wherever you may be watching from home here on the broadcast. Underway right now, the women's under 23 single. Stick around for the rest of today to enjoy some more rowing action here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta.
A2 Golf, A3 South Niagara, A4 Rockstar, A5 Peterborough, A6 Bryant, A7 Washington, and A8 Georgetown. Closest in for heat 392. And top two forward. And first was Potomac, 745.95. Second was Ryan, Thursday, and fourth Oregon, and Henley, and sixth William, and seventh University of Victoria. 22 in the men's 120, women's 123 single, and first was South Mango. Second, North Star, third, Peterborough, fourth, 12, fifth, Orion, sixth, Washington, and seventh, Georgetown.
because I bought a new pink tank top. I'm like, okay, you can buy other pink tank top. I was doing the Marie Kondo.
close to it. Here it is after the riggers on port side. The riggers on port side, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a true honor presenting this medal at the hand of the Royal Canal Committee. These are standing
Ready? Are you finished? Ready? Go. Everybody to print. Moving to star now. Relative here. Come on.
6 in. Stop. 5 out. Stop. 4 out. Stop. 5 out. Stop. 3 in. Stop.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in St. Catharines. If you just missed, we started the trophies. The finals are starting here today on the Saturday, day number 5 of this incredible event. We're getting off now with the men's under 23 quad. The 1:02 start time in lane number 2. We're starting with Potomac. Beside them, Don Rowing in lane number 3. Lane number 4 is Quad Cities. Brock in lane number 5. University of Victoria in lane number 6. And St. Catharines in lane number 7. My name is Noah Vogel. Thank you for tuning in from wherever you may be watching to the broadcast brought to you by Niagara College. And hopefully you were tuning in before for the other championship finals we just watched. It was the men's senior 8, which happened just moments ago, and the women's senior 4, which just completed. In a moment's time, we'll take a look at the trophy and medal presentation for that women's senior 4, final. And it was Kingston Rowing coming out on top with a time of 6:42.570. Claire Ellison, Jackie Groenewegen, Kay Erickson, and Isabel Nago. The 4 ladies to collect the Eddie Durnan Memorial Trophy for the win of the Women's Senior 4 Championship.
Nice looking sweater. This is gorgeous. Yeah.
So as we continue on here with the men's under 23 quad, each of these teams qualifying in the top 2 from the 3 heats that happened yesterday. Currently in the top positions, Brock leading the way in lane number 5. St. Catharines in lane number 7, just with them as well. The other final that happened earlier, the 12:42 start time, it was Roe Buffalo winning the men's senior 8. And for that team, a big win for them. We've seen a couple of those competitors in other events today and also yesterday and earlier this week. But now we see Brock with a substantial lead now through the back half of this 2,000 meters, nearing in on the 500-meter mark. Connor Dodds, Nico Schramm, Charles Etienne Tabet, and Riley Watson, the four for Brock, leading the way, leading the charge, smelling the Captain Charles E. Hooper Memorial Trophy for the men's under 23 quad. Closing the gap on the leaders, Brock. In lane number 2 is Potomac. Just creeping in near the bottom of your screen. As we enter the red buoys, the final 250 meters for the men's under 23 quad. Brock still in the lead, but not by much. Potomac hot on their heels. Mateo Strongberg, Eric Lindholm, Jake Edelston, Timothy Sibley. The four for Potomac, trying to chase down Brock. Continuing to look calm as they pass by you. Vic in lane number 6, continuing to hold their lead. Brock distancing the gap as they'll cross the finish line and win the men's under 23 quad with ease. And will lift the Captain Charles E. Hooper Memorial Trophy at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. And they got off to an early lead through the first 1,000 meters and never looked back. Held it for majority of the race, and when it mattered, crossed the finish line first. So look at the unofficial times. Brock with a 6:01.12, beating out University of Victoria by 4.35 seconds in the final. Quad Cities in third. St. Catharines just behind them in fourth. Potomac slowly lost out on the pace, couldn't keep up with Brock in the front. Will finish in 5th place, and Don Rowing in 6th. And with the finals commencing now, we'll get a little bit of break between each race. 10 minutes exactly, in fact, between the takeoff for each final. Coming up next, it'll be the women's under 17 coxed 4. Semifinals were taking place yesterday. 2 semifinals, top 3 from each of those heats made it to this finals. Starting in lane number 2 will be CRI. Beside them, CBC PNRA in lane number 3. Cambridge in lane number 4. St. Catharines in lane number 5. Saratoga beside them in lane number 6. And Greenwich Crew in lane number 7. Sitting in lane number 2, CRI, the coxed Juliet Munn. Isla Agnew, Leela Rumpf, Esma Cunningham, Sophie Johnson, the crew for CRI. Mercer in lane number 3. Amara Iyer, the coxie. Sophia Jingen, seat number 4. Lolita Nikkei, Madeline Worth, Maggie O'Dunn. Trying to win some silverware here in the women's under 17 Cox 4. We're moments away from takeoff here. The final checks before the takeoff.
Attention.
So there they go, and as we take a look at the start here, we'll look at the winners of the men's under 23 quad. It was Brock Rowing Club. The local team, Connor Dodds, Nico Schramm, Etienne Tibet, Riley Watson. The 4 taking home the Captain Charles E. Hooper Memorial Trophy.
Like, I could have probably named my
Block quad is Connor Dodds, Nico Schramm, Charles Anthony Tibet, and Riley Watson.
So back underway with the women's under 17 Cox 4. Narrow margins through the first 500 meters here. Again, all these boats having to go through 2 rounds of qualifiers to get to this final. From the heats to the semifinals yesterday, now to the championship.
We had Maya, my sister, and
St. Catharines, Saratoga on lane 5 and lane 6. Starting to pull away from the pack just a little bit. Cambridge also in that mix. Greenwich crew. A solid start through the first 500. Not much between these boats in the early goings. Cloudy's conditions continue and will for the rest of today. Some slight rain possible in the next hour. 27 degrees with the humidity here in St. Catharines. Just ahead of the pack right now is Cambridge in lane number 4. Greenwich crew trying to stay pace with them. Saratoga there as well. St. Catharines falling behind a little bit. Leaking in front of the rest, you see there in the blue uniforms, Cambridge, Evelyn Mace, the coxie of that crew. Past the halfway point now. What do all these athletes have left in the tank for the final 800 meters or so to the finish line for the women's under 17 Cox 4 final? Mercer in lane 3, not too far behind the leaders in Cambridge. St. Catharines there as well.
Lane 2, CRI. Lane 3, CBC, PNRA. Lane 4, Cambridge. Lane 5, St. Catharines. Lane 6, Saratoga. Lane 7, Greenwich Group.
Mercer and St. Catharines, the two closest to the leader of Cambridge. Trying to stay within striking distance for this final 500 meters. Good look there at the red buoys to notify each boat they're nearing the end, the final 250. Where all these athletes really have to dig deep to push themselves to the finish line. It's do or die here. First is the only option if you're going to want to win the women's under 17 Cox 4. All of these boats in contention for a win here. St. Catharines in lane number 5, pushing themselves to overtake Cambridge. Neck and neck between lane 4 and lane 5. It's Cambridge and St. Catharines, the front runners. St. Catharines slowly pulling ahead. Cambridge taking back the lead. It's going to be Cambridge. Can they hold on to this win? Surely they cross the line, and they will, just beating out St. Catharines. Who will finish second in the women's under 17 Cox 4, the champions. Cambridge, Doran Flynn, Annabelle Jones, Leela Ness, Olivia Peters, and of course the coxie, Evelyn Mace. The unofficial times, Cambridge 7:1:4:56. Just behind them, St. Catharines with a 7:16:86. Mercer fell just behind the pack. It was really St. Catharines and Cambridge for that win. And it was Cambridge who just had a little bit more to give near the end. So moving on now to the pairs. It'll be the men's under 19 set to take off in the next 2 minutes. Starting in lane number 2, it'll be Cambridge. Beside them, Foundry in lane number 3, Mercer in lane number 4, Row, New Jersey, lane number 5, Thunder Crew lane number 6, and Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 7. So a 6-team final. And ones to watch out for. We saw Thunder Crew with an excellent qualifier from the 3 semifinals. Only the top 2 teams made it from each of those heats. It was Patrick Boyle and Bennett Mayer for Thunder Crew in lane number 6, who had an excellent race to qualify for this final. Final checks being made before the takeoff commences for the men's under 19 pair.
We're going to do a quick start. Quick start. Attention.
So quick start called, and they're off. So it'll be Mercer and Row, New Jersey in the middle of your screen. Thunder Crew, Washtenaw on the right side. Foundry and Cambridge on the left. A relaxed, powerful start from all 6 of these boats. Just staying in the loop is the most important thing through the first 1,000. Once you get to the final stretch, it's really anyone's game. And we can expect a very tight finish. Of course, only the best of the best in the finals here for the men's under 19 pair. And the best of the women's under 17 coxed 4 now accepting their trophy, their medals. Cambridge and Doran Flynn, Annabelle Jones, Leela Ness, Olivia Peters, and Evelyn Mace. All recipients of the Doc and Kalina Shab Trophy and the women's under 17 coxed 4 crown here at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta in St. Catharines. So congratulations to Cambridge and their win in the women's under 17 coxed 4. The men's under 19 pair currently underway. narrow margins near the front of the pack. It's Mercer, New Jersey, Thunder Crew nearing the front. Through the first 1,000, all boats still in the mix here. Thunder Crew looking to jump out to a lead. Nearing in on the final 500 meters. Of course, we talked about yesterday, holding a lead maybe a little easier than trying to make that final push at the end, but we've seen a couple of incredible efforts to get over the line from a couple of these boats today and yesterday. But just the ability to see behind and see where the other boats are can really turn into an advantage. And for right now, Thunder Crew can see everyone behind them as they lead the way here in the men's under 19 pair. Behind them, Mercer and Foundry. Row New Jersey there as well. Washtenaw Rowing not too far behind, but it'll take an exceptional effort to get back into this race. Mercer gaining some ground now here in lane number 4. Charles Huckle, Henry Alston of PNRA Mercer looking to take a lead here at the 1,500 meter mark. All the way out front now, Mercer. Thunder Crew has lost their lead in first. It's Alston and Huckle for PNRA Mercer in the lead, looking to take home the men's under 19 pair championship. The final stretch. Now the fans cheering their athletes on. Nearing on the red buoys, the final 250 meters here. Mercer still ahead, Thunder Crew right behind them. Mercer continuing to stride forward. Giving everything they got through the final stretch here. Row New Jersey also trying to make a push to the finish line here. Thunder Crew there as well. It's going to be very tight into the final stretch. Row New Jersey has taken a lead here over Mercer. Hadn't led for most of this race in Row New Jersey in lane number 5. Is going to take the win over Mercer and Thunder Crew, who looked to be the favorites through most of that race. And an excellent push in the last 500 meters to overtake the leaders in Maxton Kilroy and Christian Merzian, the winners of the men's under 19 pair. The unofficial times, Row New Jersey 6:30.30, Mercer 6:39.18. 2:88 behind the leaders. And we talked about just staying in the loop, and Row New Jersey was right there the whole time. They were never in the lead, but they did when they needed to be. And of course, for our continued live coverage here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, we'll have to take some time to thank our amazing sponsors and all they do to make this event happen. And what an excellent week it's been. We're on day number 5, still one more to go tomorrow. And so far, the finals today have been nothing but exhilarating. Very close near the finish line, and we saw that again with Rowe, New Jersey taking out the men's under 19 pair championship. Currently underway now is the women's under 23 lightweight double. Three heats they had. Top 2 made it to this final. Kingston in lane number 2. Ridgewood Crew in lane number 3. OKCHP Center lane number 4. UVic in lane number 5. Conshohocken in lane number 6. And Western in lane number 7. Ridgewood Crew in lane number 3, the Frederick sisters, Elsa and Anas. And Conshohocken in lane number 6, Grayson and Elise Padula. So a little bit ahead of schedule now here. The women's under 23 lightweight double underway now. If you're just joining us, I'm Noah Vogel, bringing you the live coverage this weekend alongside all of the students behind the scenes at Niagara College. So past the first marker, the 500 meters, in the women's under 23 lightweight double. Like I mentioned, each of these teams qualifying from the heats yesterday, finishing top 2 in their respective semifinals. And now taking some time to check out the medal and trophy presentation for the men's under 19 pair. And the winners, Rowe, New Jersey. Maxton Kilroy and Christian Merzan, as they collect their silverware from day number 5, starting the long weekend off well with a championship under their belt. Passing through the halfway point now in the women's under 23 lightweight double. OKCHP Center starting to edge themselves away from the pack. UVic also there as well. You see now in lane number 4, Ruthie Lacey and Brooke Ruskiewicz had a dominating performance yesterday to qualify for this final. what was one of the better times for the women's under 23 lightweight double, and they're looking to do it once more again to take home the Jack J. Burkout Trophy.
Just past the 1,000-meter mark is the women's under 23 light double. Lane 2, Dixon. Lane 3, Richwood Group. Lane 4, OKC HP Center. Lane 5, University of Victoria.
So OKC still in the lead.
Lane 7,
Conshohocken there as well. Western Ontario, you can see the bottom right of your screen, trying to make their way back into the fight here. Officially past the 500 meter to go mark. 1,500 gone. And it's still currently OKC HP Center in the lead. Bruskiewicz and Lacey, the partnership in front in lane number 4. Conshohocken, University of Victoria, to the left of OKC, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to catch them here as they enter the final 250 meters. The stroke speed speeding up for University of Victoria as they try and make a final push to overtake OKC. The final stretch now. Can UVic catch up to OKC HP Center? I don't think they will. And it's going to be a victory for the women's under 23 lightweight double for Ruthie Lacey and Brooke Bruskiewicz as they win the Jack J. Burkout Trophy in dominating fashion. The unofficial times, 7:05.48 for OKC. University of Victoria behind them by 4 seconds, 7:09.5. Conshohocken behind them, Kingston, Western, and Ridgewood Crew to round out the final. Following this, we'll see the final for the men's under 17 single. As we push over to the start now for the Mike Wilson Memorial Trophy for the men's under 17 single. Starting in lane number 2 from Ridley College, Jack Moyer. Jack Colson for Ottawa in lane number 3. Tristan Rydell for Ridgewood Crew in lane number 4. Dean Burton for Albany in lane number 5. Marcus Santoro from South Niagara in lane number 6. And Jace Davis from Endeavor Racing in lane number 7. 1:42 the scheduled time. The top 2 from the 3 semifinals yesterday making it to this final. So the best of the best here for the men's under 17 single.
Ridley College, Ottawa, Ridgewood, Albany, South Niagara, Endeavor. Attention.
So there they go. Again, this is it. These are the championships. Only first can come away with something here. Can't undermine the performances to get to this final, but all of these racers are just looking for that number 1 spot. Our last event, the women's under 23 lightweight double. If you're just joining us, OKCHP Center taking out that win. Ruthie Lacey and Brooke Riskiewicz. The recipients of the Jack J. Burkout Trophy. As they collect their silverware, take some photos. Was another pretty dominant race for those two, and their victory in the women's under 23 lightweight double. And now we head back to the men's under 17 single, fighting for the Mike Wilson Memorial Trophy as they head past the first 500-meter marker. Marcus Santoro in lane number 6, as well as Dean Burton for Albany, making their way into a pole position. Jace Davis also there on the far side in lane number 7. There you see now in the current lead from South Niagara, Marcus Santoro in lane number 6. He had a really strong qualifier to get to this final. Able to win his heat. And he's now currently leading in the men's under 17 single championship race here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. A 1,000 meters gone, 1,000 more to go. But anything can happen in these elongated races. Still so much space and time to catch up.
Lane 2, Ridley College. Lane 3, Ottawa. Lane 4, Ridgewood Crew. Lane 5, Albany Racing Club.
Santoro just holding his pace. not letting anyone get near him. A quick check to see where the competition is. Still so much time and ground to pick up for the other racers if they're going to want to catch Marcus Santoro from South Niagara in lane number 6. The 1,500 meter mark in closing. Down the stretch they come. Jack Moyer for Ridley College has really made his way back. Jack Colson beside him in lane number 3 for Ottawa. It looks as though as this may come down to the final strides here at the finish line. Still a ways to go. The last 500 meters are well underway here. The red buoy's in sight. Who can motivate themselves more to get across the finish line? It's Santoro, Moyer, Colson, the front runners right now. It's going to be very tight as we enter into the final 250 meters. Who will take home the Mike Wilson Memorial Trophy for the men's under 17 single? Will it be Marcus Santoro? He's led for most of this race. Can he be caught in this final stretch? Nearing closer to the grandstand. Tristan Rydell. Dean Burton has made a stretch here. He's going to overtake Santoro. In lane number 5, Dean Burton from Albany is going to take this one, unless he can be caught by Jack Moyer, but he won't be. It's going to be Dean Burton from Albany in lane number 5. Santoro gut-wrenched. He had an amazing race, was just beat at the death by Dean Burton. By 0.51 seconds, Dean Burton is crowned the men's under 17 single champion with a time of 7:09.76. It was actually Jack Moyer who they have as the unofficial second place finisher as he made a big bolt near the end. But the champion, Dean Burton from Albany, will be awarded with a Mike Wilson Memorial Trophy here in St. Catharines. Back to the race start. It's now the men's senior lightweight pair. Seven boats in this final. The John L. Murray Memorial Trophy. Sitting in lane number 2 from Guelph. Calgary in lane number 3. Leander in lane number 4, Peterborough lane number 5, Parana in lane number 6, St. Catharines lane number 7, and St. Catharines again in lane number 8. Landon Foley and John Perry, the Calgary boat, in lane number 3.
Guelph, Calgary, Leander, Peterborough, St. Catharines lane 7, St. Catharines lane 8. Attention.
Attention called, and there they go. So the start of the men's senior lightweight pair. 7 teams in this final. And for St. Catharines in lane number 8, Joe Kohler, Alex Brandt, the 1-2 punch. Beside them, also St. Catharines, Lucas Celia and John Kukina. Peterborough and Leander, the 2 boats in the middle of your screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, winner of the Mike Wilson Memorial Trophy, Dean. Presenting the award is Ian Wilson, the son of Mike Wilson.
So Ian Wilson, the son of Mike Wilson, the trophy that is named after for the men's under 17 single, which will be given to Dean Burton after an astounding race at the end to beat Moyer and Santoro in those last 100 meters. To be crowned the men's under 17 single here at the Henley Regatta. So back with the men's senior lightweight pair. Pulling ahead now, Parana in lane number 6. Leander and Calgary also in that top half. You can see both St. Catharines boats in an excellent position here through the first 1,000 meters.
Past the 1,000 meter mark. Lane 2, Wolf.
So a bit of a gap near the top and bottom half here in this men's senior lightweight pair.
Lane 6, Riata. Lane 7 is the Capitals. Lane 8 is the Capitals.
St. Catharines in lane 7. Peterborough in lane 5. And St. Catharines in lane 8. The top three right now. Calgary also in a good position in that yellow boat in lane number 3. Guelph in lane number 2, pardon me, is that yellow boat on the near side. But still, it's Celia and Quinquina for St. Catharines in lane number 7 that hold the lead as of right now. Both St. Catharines crews you see now passing the 500-meter mark, nearing in on the red buoys. Calgary and Guelph on the other side, opposing a threat. Joe Kohler and Alex Brandt hearing it from the fans to keep on going, fighting against the other St. Catharines boat in lane number 7. Both boats practically synchronized with every catch. Heading into the final stretch here. St. Catharines in the lead, and it will be St. Catharines in lane number 7 to take the men's senior lightweight pair. John Quinquina and Lucas Celia, the winners of the John L. Murray Memorial Trophy. The unofficial times, St. Catharines in first and second, but it will be Lucas Celia and John Quinquina from lane number 7 to overtake Joe Kohler and Alex Brandt in lane number 8 by 4.11 seconds with a time of 6:43.29 to win the men's senior lightweight pair. Back to the start now. It's time for the men's under 23 lightweight pair. Sitting in lane number 2, it's Kingston. Beside them, Quad Cities in lane number 3. Western in lane number 4. Conshohocken in lane number 5. CRI in lane number 6. And Saratoga to finish it out in lane number 7. The Kingston boat, Joshua Lang.
St. Catharines, John Quinquina and Lucas Celia.
and his teammate Nigel Radicrishan.
Fifth, Calgary RC, and sixth, Peterborough.
Kingston. Y Quad City.
Western Ontario boat in lane number 4, Asia-born Donald McLean.
CRI. Saratoga. Attention.
Presenting the John L. Murray Memorial Trophy is Serge Cochran.
And the off has begun. Quick, powerful strides from Kingston on the left side of your screen in lane number 2. Now receiving their medal and trophy, the St. Catharines duo. John Cinquina and Lucas Celia taking home the John L. Murray Memorial Trophy for the men's senior lightweight pair. The men's under 23 lightweight double is continuing here. Following this will be the women's senior lightweight 4. For now, we keep our eye on Conshohocken, who seems to pull a little bit of a lead here. William Konopka, Dennis Core, the duo in lane number 5. The Conshohocken boat in yellow. Beside them, CRI Saratoga in lane number 7. Kingston outside your screen. You can see them now on the near side in lane number 2. Also in the mix for that top position here. The Thomas Croston Trophy up for grabs here for the men's under 23 lightweight double. 3 heats, the top 2 from each qualifying yesterday. Conshohocken now taking a larger lead here. CRI in the red boat behind them. Kingston still motoring along on the near side in lane number 2. Young and Rahad Krishnan for Kingston. Looking to overtake Conshohocken for the lead. There's the Kingston pair in lane number 2. Conshohocken in the yellow boat, lane number 5. Quad City's the one just behind them in lane 3. Passing by the 500-meter mark, closing in on the final stretch. Nearing in on those red buoys. The final 250 meters.
5 minutes.
Kingston and Conshohocken, the two in front in lane number 2 and lane number 5. So in the final stretch now, heading towards the grandstand and the finish line. The winner takes home the Thomas Crossan Trophy for the men's under 23 lightweight double. Conshohocken, Kingston, the two in the race for it now. Conshohocken in the yellow boat. No one's gonna catch them, and they're gonna cross the finish line in first place. Kingston just behind them will finish in second. So William Konopka and Dennis Core for Conshohocken in lane number 5 come out victorious in the men's under 23 lightweight double. They started out the lead. Kingston made a great run through the middle of that section, but they'll fall just short, 4.48 seconds behind the Conshohocken time of 6:27.96, the unofficial scores. For the final of event number 45 for the men's under 23 double. So back at the start now, and we're moving back to the women's side. It'll be the women's senior lightweight 4. And a bit of an interesting race here. Only 3 boats in this race. Starting with Calgary in lane number 4. Western in lane number 5, you see here. And just to the right of them, White Marsh boat in lane number 6.
2 minutes.
5, 10.
So a 3-horse race for first to take home the rights as the women's senior lightweight 4 champion and the Henley Island Helpers 30th anniversary trophy. So waiting the final checks before we get underway for the women's senior lightweight 4.
Attention.
And here they go. Taking a look now over at the winners of the men's under 23 lightweight double. It was Concha Hawken, Dennis Kaur, and B. William Konopka, the winners of the Thomas Cranston Trophy. So only 3 boats to keep track of. Lane number 4 is Calgary, Western in lane number 5, and White Marsh boat in lane number 6. See the Western boat in the middle of your picture. Caitlin Hall, Molly Brooksbank, Rebecca Nickel, and Mae Atkinson. The crew in lane number 5. To the left of them, Ferraro, Buchanan, White, and Hart for Calgary. And then to the right, White Marsh boat, Elizabeth Martin, O'Brien, Melbourne, and Friedlander. The 3 crews fighting for the Henley Island Helpers 30th anniversary trophy. Through the first 1,000. Currently in the lead, White Marsh boat, led by Claire Feinlatter, Katrina Melbrent, Ashlyn O'Brien, and Elizabeth Martin in lane number 6. Calgary, the other team in contention. Western falling behind here. Calgary and White Marsh. Calgary in the white boat, White Marsh in the blue. Lane 4 and lane 6. And not a lot of gap between the two. White Marsh still with a small margin of lead. Calgary gaining up on them in the final 500 meters for the women's senior lightweight 4. It's neck and neck between the top two of this race for the entirety of this final. It's Calgary and White Marsh narrowing down on the red buoys for the final 250 meters. It all comes down to who has enough in them to finish this race. The final 250. White Marsh with a slight advantage here. Calgary gonna have to gain up some ground quickly. Closing in on the finish line. White Marsh with the narrow advantage over Calgary. Here they come, eyeing the finish line in lane number 6. White Marsh boat is gonna win the women's senior lightweight 4. Calgary falling behind Elizabeth Martin, Ashlyn O'Brien, Katrina Melbrant, and Claire Friedlander. The 4 to take home the Henley Island Helpers 30th anniversary trophy. The unofficial times, White Marsh boat 6:45.96, overtaking Calgary by almost 10 seconds and taking home the women's senior lightweight 4 championship. Following this, we'll continue with the women's. It'll be the women's under 19 pair. Back at the start for the takeoff for the Tom McGinnis Memorial Trophy. Starting in lane number 2 will be PNRA Mercer, Cambridge in lane number 3. Cambridge also in lane number 4. Calgary in lane number 5. OKC Riversport in lane number 6. And BHRA in lane number 7. All teams got here from qualifying, top 2 from their respected semifinals. You can see the duo representing Mercer, Anna Chiardello, Vivian Thiele, the 1-2 punch in lane number 2.
PNRA Mercer. Cambridge, lane 3. Cambridge, lane 4. Calgary. OKC. Bear Hill. Attention.
So there they go. In lane number 5, the Calgary boat on your screen. Georgia Skeens, Addison Bymoen, and the rest of the racers battling for the women's under 19 pair. Taking a look back at the women's senior lightweight 4 champions, White Marsh Boat, collecting their medals and trophy as they are rewarded with the Henley Island Helpers 30th anniversary trophy after their win in the women's lightweight 4. Congratulations to those 4 women and a dominating race they had, beating Calgary by almost 10 seconds in their final race. Through the middle, you see both Cambridge crews, Calgary to the right of them. OKC River Sport in lane 6, BHRA in lane number 7. Nearing up on the 1,000 meter mark, halfway through this race for the women's under 19 pair. Calgary, OKC, Cambridge, and BHRA, the ones on your screen. Quenby Swanson, Madeline Glover for OKC River Sport. Trying to maintain a gap between Cambridge, who sits in second place behind them. Calgary not too far between the two of them in lane number 5. Three boats in the lead here. It's Cambridge in lane number 4, Calgary and OKC River Sport. The top 3 extending themselves from 4, 5, and 6. In lane number 4 for Cambridge and Mo Tatter, Stella Schweitzer. On your screen, Calgary, Georgia Skeens, Addison Bemoan. The 1,500 meter mark, only 500 to go. Each boat trying to dig deep here for this last stretch. Gearing up next, the women's under 23 quad. Calgary, OKC Riversport, and Cambridge. Cambridge holding onto a slight lead as of right now. The fans on their feet. Time to see what's left in the tank, nearing in on the final 250. Calgary trying to gain some ground. OKC Riversport also in the mix. It's Cambridge currently in the lead, sitting in lane number 4. Schweitzer and Motatter. Calgary and OKC all in the final 100 meters here, heading towards the grandstand. The women's under 19 pair final is going to come down to this. OKC Riversport with a slight lead. Cambridge on their heels. Calgary just behind them. It's going to be a photo finish at the finish line. Cambridge or OKC. Cambridge pulling just ahead, and it will be Motatter and Schweitzer in Cambridge, lane number 4, just beating out OKC Riversport. Calgary to come third. And a heartfelt loss for Glover and Swanson and OKC Riversport, who looked in control of that race and just couldn't find enough to beat Cambridge, who snuck past them in the end. 0.71 seconds, the time difference between the leaders in Cambridge and OKC Riversport to take home the Tom McGinnis Memorial Trophy. So now for the next event. We'll continue with the women's. It'll be the under 23 quad. Starting in lane number 2, Fairmount on the far left. Arion in lane number 3. Brock in lane number 4. Peterborough in lane number 5 in the middle. Conshohocken in lane number 6. And then OKC HP Center in lane number 7. The race scheduled for 2:32, moments away. Each of these teams qualifying from the semifinals, top 3 teams from each.
Fairmont, Arian, Brock, Peterborough,
The final calls before the start of this race. Conshohocken
OKC,
in lane number 6 on the left of your screen. OKC HP Center in lane number 7. Both yellow boats, and they're off. Well, another final, another chance to win some silverware, this time for the women's under 23 quad.
What we're doing after this is we will shoot the next race.
Memorial Trophy, our daughters, Abby Carey and Lisa Lamont. Sorry, Ann Kerr, Abby Carey and Ann Kerr, granddaughters, Lisa Lamont and Sarah Kerr, and great grandchildren, Addie and Ann Lamont.
And as this race gets underway, we'll take a look at the winners of the women's under 19 pair, the Tom McGinnis Memorial Trophy. Family and friends handing out the medals and the award for taking the championship for the women's under 19 pair. And it was Cambridge's Ann Montatter and Stella Schweitzer who came out victorious. So nearing the halfway point, 1,000 meters gone for the women's under 23 quad. Conshohocken on the left side of your screen in lane number 6, starting to pull ahead. Peterborough in that mix. Brock as well. A 2-horse race right now. Lane 5 and lane 6, Peterborough and Conshohocken. Peterborough taking a slight advantage here in lane number 5. Tess Fryer, Rebecca Dockery, Jalen Mowry, McKenna Kubica making up the 4 for Peterborough's women's under 23 quad. We saw McKenna Kubica earlier in one of the single events, qualifying for her final and looking to get some silverware today and not wait till the finals tomorrow. If she can pull off a win here with her teammates in Peterborough, who currently sit with a slight advantage. Brock breathing down their necks. Conshohocken to the right of them. Brock starting to gain some traction here near the top. The Durkak sisters, Isabella and Zoe, Julia Texiera, and Safobert, making up the Brock crew, sitting in lane number 4. Nearing in the final 250, the red buoy's in sight. The final push here for the women's under 23 quad championship. Pushing all the way to the end here. Can feel like a lifetime. But all these boats want it just as much as the other. But someone's gonna have to want it more. Coming down to the final stretch, heading toward the grandstand. It's Brock currently in the lead in lane number 4. Not too far behind is Peterborough. It's a 2-horse race. Conshohocken in there as well. Peterborough currently in the lead. Peterborough ahead is going to beat out Brock and Conshohocken and win the women's under 23 quad in lane number 5. The final push. Tess Fryer, Rebecca Dockery, Jalen Mowry and McKenna Kubica for Peterborough take home the women's under 23 championship. The unofficial times, Brock losing out by 0.69 seconds. 6:27.08 for Peterborough. An excellent time. And Brock not too far behind. Conshohocken nearly behind Brock in 3rd place. Arion behind them. Fairmount and OKC rounding out the final for the women's under 23 quad. And of course, we'll take some time to thank all the amazing sponsors of this week and weekend. Day number 5, the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in St. Catharines. And it wouldn't be possible without all of the sponsors making this event the best that it can be. And we can't say enough. We've said it so many times already. But we'll say it once more and continue throughout today and through tomorrow. All the sponsors that make this the best regatta in St. Catharines. So thank you to them. And of course, from everyone here at Niagara College, for myself, Noah Vogel, and everyone behind the scenes in the broadcasting booth, we say thank you to all the volunteers and the people who make this happen. Moving forward, and we're already on the off. It's the women's senior double. The Coopers and Libran Trophy up for grabs. Starting in lane number 2, Montreal beside them. In lane number 3, also Montreal. Green Racing in lane number 4. Arion in lane number 5, San Diego lane number 6, and Green Racing in lane number 7. So the doubles, once again, it's the women's senior. Two semifinals yesterday. It was the top 3 from each to move forward. Nearing the halfway point of the women's senior double. Pardon me, the 500-meter marker. Both Montreal sides on the right of your screen in lane 2 and lane 3. We're taking a look quickly at the winners of the last race. It was the women's under 23 quad. And Peterborough, who snuck out the win in the end. And what an excellent race it was. And a perfect finish for Peterborough. And the winners in that boat: Tess Fryer, Rebecca Dockeray, Jalen Mowry, and McKenna Kubica. An exceptional race from them, and well-deserving of the women's under 23 quad trophy. So Green Racing Arion, the 2 in the middle, San Diego beside them, and Green Racing in lane number 7. It's Arion with an early lead through the middle. Green Racing trying to match them as well. There's the Arion boat in lane number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a bit of an update.
Karina Fittner
4 races to go.
and Catherine Flynn.
Break so we can set up for the dashes. So we have a race going off now at 2:42, and then at 2:50.
Those two currently in the lead, but not by much. Green Racing just on their tail in lane at number 4. San Diego also nearing that top 3. But only one can win. The women's senior double here as they pass through the 1,000 mark, nearing in this final half. About 850 meters to go here. Still in the lead in lane number 5 is Arion. Beside them, Green Racing trying to pull a little distance here, closing that gap. Green Racing, Ellie Van Houten and Paige Wheeler. The 1 and 2 punch down lane number 4.
Lane 5, Ryan. Lane 6, San Diego. Lane 7, Green Racing Project.
Still the 2 in the lead. It's Green Racing and Arion. Green Racing with a narrow advantage now. Past the 500-meter mark to end this race. A late push here from Montreal in that red boat. You can see them just making their move late in this final quarter, nearing in on the final 250. Following this, we'll move over to the men's. It'll be the men's under 23 pair. Before we take a short break, and we'll come back with a new event which we haven't seen in the past 2 days, the men's single dash. But for now, focused on the women's senior double as they near in to this final stretch, closing in on the grandstand and the finish line. Green Racing has led for most of this. Montreal has been on their heels as of late. Arion also in the mix as well. Those are the two on the far left of your screen. The leaders, Green Racing in lane number 4. Van Houten and Wheeler are gonna win the women's senior double, and by a strong margin, over a boat's length, as they easily cross the finish line. Finishing second, Arion in lane number 5. But it's Paige Wheeler and Ellie Van Houten for Green Racing to take home the Coopers and Libran Trophy here in St. Catharines. So the unofficial times for the women's senior double. Green Racing winning by almost 5 seconds out of lane number 4. 6:50.58 the time. Arion behind them with a time of 6:55.46. San Diego, Montreal, and Green Racing again to round out the bottom 4. So getting set up next at the starting line will be the men's under 23 pair. The Bennett and Hogan Trophy up for grabs. Starting in lane number 2 is San Diego. Beside them, Cascadilla in lane number 3. Mendota in lane number 4. Green Racing in lane number 5. California in lane number 6. And Western in lane number 7.
Green Racing, California, Western, attention.
Lane number 3, Cascadilla. And they're off. Waleed Gamara and Jeffrey Miller. We've seen them yesterday in multiple of different events. The pairs They were in the 8s. And now looking to take home the trophy. It was the top 2 from the 3 semifinals to qualify for this event. So the presentation for the Coopers and Libran Trophy, now down at the grandstand, being given to the winners of Green Racing, Paige Wheeler and Ellie Van Houten, as they collect their medals and silverware. So congratulations to Paige Wheeler and Ellie Van Houten from Green Racing as we continue with the men's under 23 pair. Just clearing past the 500-meter mark. The first quarter of the race done. Tobias Finn and Evan Gold in lane number 6 for California. Behind them, Kai Ellerick and William Borrett for Western. California still in the lead. It's Finn and Gold in lane number 6. Continuing to enlarge their lead. It's California holding on to this one, nearing through the middle. Is Mendota in lane number 4. Benjamin Wellen and Luke Truog currently sitting in second place. California still in the lead on the far side of your screen. San Diego in lane number 2. That's Luke Meisenbach and Sebastian Navarro in lane number 2.
had the same problem. Mine was like, because I cut the program on that. And I had like 1 year I had like, I really everything. And it was a but then some of the weren't getting any forward. So I said, you want to book it? I did. I did book it. So this is what I did. All I did was, all I did was like,
Entering the final 250 meters. Still in first is California, Tobias Finn and Evan Gold. No one has really been able to compete with them in this race. And here they come through the final stretch. Tobias Finn, Evan Gold, it never looked difficult for them. They started off with the lead and never gave it back, and will win the men's under 23 pair championship. The Bennett Hogan Trophy is heading to California with Tobias Finn and Evan Gold taking home the win. The unofficial times, California 6:33.88, overtaking San Diego, who made that push near the end in lane number 2. Will finish second with a time of 6:38.82, 5 seconds behind the leaders in California. Green Racing, Cascadilla, Western, and Mendota, the final 4. So for now, there'll be a slight break. Scheduled for 3:32 is the men's single dash for the Murphy Bros Trophy. We'll await the trophy presentation for the Bennett Hogan Trophy, which will be awarded to Tobias Finn and Evan Gold after their dominating performance here in the men's under 23 pair. So the dash set to begin in about 20 minutes time. Haven't seen them yet in the past 2 days. The dash just, of course, a slightly slower and quicker race. It'll begin with the men's single. Three heats, the winner moving on from each. The women's to follow after that, as we continue into, of course, the eights. And then back to the singles. Later on this afternoon. So the winner, as you see on the screen, of the Bennett Hogan Trophy in the men's under 23 pair, Evan Gold and Tobias Finn from California.
No, if you look at it, the dark guy said it. You look at it.
So as they step up to receive their trophy after a dominating performance in their race, will be rewarded with their medals as well as the Bennett Hogan Trophy.
Current president of West Side Rowing Club.
Try bringing it back in the boat, boys.
So congratulations to Evan Gold, Tobias Finn of California for taking home the championship of the men's under 23 pair.
By the way, born and raised, so I was doing a little for you. So they didn't worry about the boat this time because they're changing each dashes, right? So yeah, so I just want to point that out.
So a successful endeavor for them here at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in 2024 in St. Catharines, taking home silverware in day number 5.
Well, we should be getting. Right. So the first race will be obvious.
Well, there's 3 teams.
Yeah, right. Right, yeah, right. So we'll have to wait for the times to come in and everything. Yeah, compare and contrast. First one is good. The ladies are taking
Yeah, everybody. You have a good shift? No medical today? No, but I didn't hear.
Before you were here, right?
No, I was beside you.
She barely got out of the boat. So pull somebody from the crowd for a second. Paramedics come down there and translate. And one of the coaches was one of the guys. Didn't wait for it. I could see, that's just shaking. Even her boat partners doing minimal span. So that was the hardest part of the trip, right? Well, they just had her sit down and at her own pace and ask some medical questions. But the paramedics was doing things that she would answer. He tried to make it simple, like yes and no answers, right? Yeah, they were right up top. As we take the water, we've been replacing it. Bring up the house, I know it's a warmer one, but there's some juices and stuff in there too, so Greg brought that all down. Thank you. 3:30. Just I mean, go. Racing the dog for 3:22. Okay, ladies, have a great day.
Okay, you have fun.
I will,
I'll pop down and check on you guys tomorrow.
yeah, I don't know if I'm coming in tomorrow. I think right after rain shows up. Just wondering if my girlfriend is.
So the champions of the men's under 23 pair is Tobias Finn and Evan Gold from California. And if you're watching from home or wherever you may be tuning in on the stream, it's good if you understand that this would not all be possible without the amazing sponsors we have here for the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. all the names up on your screen are the reason all this is possible. And, of course, everyone, including myself, Noah Vogel, and everyone in the broadcast booth, bringing you the live stream. The students of Niagara College. Thank all the sponsors and the people, the volunteers that make this all happen. So again, another thank you to the sponsors of this week in day number 5. Still much more to come. The men's single dash set to take off at 3:22. So a little bit of a break here. Stay tuned for continued coverage brought to you by Niagara College here for the 2024 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta in St. Catharines.
The lower end is down. What? You do have it over. You have to get average. Like Carlos did that. Now you carry you down, Carol. That was an average. We had an average. My back still sore. We had 3, 4, 5 good guys. The other 3. I think we're still close. I don't know what's going on. Wallace did that vote? What are those triangles?
They are regatta sport. It is advertising. You're right. You're the only one out of us that can see. Honey? Yeah, that's impressive.
is they're tracked. Fine, but like, you get a little turn, you get a little flat. Remember when the current goes on, Greg Murray almost takes that island? Yeah. Kurt was taking it. I was on the dog, and he was like managing it. There's salt. There's so many difference across the island, and the Kurt was taking it. I was the point of the island with the coach, and he's like going to join us. And goes across, and by the time he's reached, he almost gets the whole island. He's like swimming. He goes to the island, but he's doing this. Yeah. Yeah, like, well, there's some days I was wrong when I went down fuel costs, right? Well, some days I don't only paddle on one side. And then the boat would be like pointing this way, right? Right, pointing this way. Get a pair of shoes from one of the boats. Henley Island helper, screwdriver, picked up one big sleeper for the little shoes. There you go, you got the shoes. Where are the sticks? Don't worry about the Hey, McDonald, I'm surprised you could lift that with those old arms. Hey, stop at the bar. Stop at the bar. I told Joe to give me a beer. I forgot my money over there. Oh, shit. It's okay. I'm just going down. Yeah, you guys want to cover it. We got one free one night down at the Jolly Rock. Yeah, that's and so you don't matter. Thank God. You're the one that believes in her. Somebody got to believe in the comfort sticker. Nobody believes in her.
That's right, everybody has to have somebody. You secretly believe in me.
You'll never admit. The first year I thought this girl's never going to get it. The second year, the fall.
Well, I want to talk about it. Yes, I am. Well, I don't know. I gotta, yeah, whatever.
Wow, you gotta do better than this guy walking up. Hey, Henry's blurry. Where's the skull? Couple times. Remember how many seconds we got in Henley? Blurry? It's not even the gate. You can run against it. It's really good. It's really good. Like, I would actually race that over there. Hey, don't worry about that again. I can handle him. He's the man? Going, because he's got a lot of grief? Don't worry about it. They're all there. So, any challenge of not? Actually, you know how to apply pressure. Like my mom or my brother, my son and my daughter.
Oh, okay, because I know my buddy Norby Dennis.
What is it?
Is it open or is it? Yeah, so that's the one that
Some old guy, and then when COVID did stuff, and we did it. We got like a dozen seasons on the league. This sport is 4 or 5 years.
Oh, is there? Yeah.
Yeah. But I moved into American, so I'm looking to get into American guys.
Which one? The food league on Wednesday?
Whatever the order is, it was 45 or something like that.
There's a 50-plus food league in there. Wednesday after Wednesday.
Yeah, I work, so it's gotta be in the morning.
Yeah, then that'd be the Thursday.
What day is that now?
This is a, well, what's the 50-plus?
Good hockey. Yeah.
That's pretty good hockey. I was on the edge for an hour.
Yeah, we played last Sunday, and we have this Sunday off, and we played, I think we have 3 more games, and we have to play off. So, we have played the week, so it's just full-time hockey. That's not what I hear all these things about the points. That's what you're asking. You can't double shift, you get mad. You need to have a day off. What are you doing off over there? And Rick, before my time was Okay, I'm not ready for you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to get started for our dashes. They're coming off for the 1500 mark. These are 500-meter races. How we are going to be running this is in each race will tell you how many heats there are, and the top time from each heat will come and kind of hang out here on the dock until all 3 heats are done. And that is the best and fastest time will be the winner of that particular dash event. So hang tight. If you look to your right down the course, you can see the green lights on. We've got a floating start as the boats are starting to make their way in. This first race is the first heat of 3 for the men's single dash. Now these folks are all competing for the Murphy Brothers Trophy. And it is the fastest time from the heats will be the winner. Coming down is a 3:22, and if you're looking on your programs, this will be race number 412. So hang tight, keep your eyes peeled. This will be exciting, and it always is.
How's it coming through there? Good? Okay. Yeah, okay.
This is going to be a speed run. So as soon as we get that, you'll show it to me who the winner is. I'll make sure they're coming in. Okay? Good to see you.
As they're queuing up now in the voting starts, you'll see coming down in this first heat of the men's single dash. In lane 2 is Crescent, lane 3 Kingston, lane 4 TBC Racing, lane 5 Aberon Laval, lane 6 Peterborough, lane 7 Forest Hills East, and in lane 8 Peterborough.
Danny Court wears women's underwear. And red.
To prepare a ball.
We're just communicating with the finish guard.
Attention. They put the bleach on after sweat. Yeah, there's a delay. Yeah. Grab chairs, bring them around.
So it's time for the dash. We're a little bit behind schedule here for the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in St. Catharines. If you're just joining us now, we just finished with the men's under 23 pair, and now we're moving over to the dash. So if you don't know how this works, we'll start at the 1500, and as we see, the light will turn green, and it'll be a 500-meter sprint to the finish line. For the first, it'll be the men's single dash. Crescent in lane 2, Colin Seabrook representing them. Oliver Brennan for Kingston in lane number 3. Braden Arthur for TBC Racing in lane number 4. Florian Seiss for Averon Laval Rowing in lane number 5. Daniel Bullock for Peterborough, lane number 6. Olin Bauer in lane number 7 for Forest Hills East. And Michael Brenton for Peterborough in lane number 8. So a much quicker of a race. And it really all comes down to pure power and speed here in these dashes. In lane number 6, leading the pack right now, Daniel Bullock for Peterborough. Expect much tighter and more exhilarating finals. We see both Peterboroughs in 6th and the 8th lane. Right now, it's Daniel Bullock in the lead, Michael Brenton behind him, and it is going to be Peterborough's Daniel Bullock from lane number 6 to win the race. So there'll be 3 different heats, and how it'll work from each heat, time matters. So of course you'll want to finish first, but having the best time is the only way to win the men's single dash for the Murphy Bros Trophy. Each heat will happen. The top time from each heat will then step aside, and after that we will find who has the best time overall, and they will be crowned the champions. So we saw Daniel Bullock just win that race there. We'll wait for the unofficial times to see what the time to beat is for the second men's single dash heat following this. So it was Peterborough's Daniel Bullock in lane number 6 to win. And his official time, 1:30.05. So that's the time to beat for the next 2 heats. And of course, whoever has the best time, and if nobody can beat that time, then Daniel Bullock will be crowned the winner. But we'll see if that will happen. 2 more heats still to go. 14 more contestants trying to beat the time of 1:30.05. So certainly exciting stuff with the dashes. Following the men's single, it'll be the women's single. And then we'll move on to the men's 8, which will be very exciting. And again, for the women's, it'll be the same. The top time will be the one to win the trophy. Moving over now to heat number 2. And like we said, the time to beat is Daniel Bullock's 1:30.05. Sitting in lane number 2 is Perry Alex, for Seattle Scullers. In lane number 3, Kai Bartel for University of Victoria. George Califatis for Seattle Scullers in lane number 4. Cole Carter for Kingston in lane number 5. Mike McKay for Wyandotte in lane number 6. Ryan Martin for King's Crown in lane number 7. And Charles Martin for Seattle Scullers in lane number 8. So from your view now, it goes lane 2 on the right, lane 8 on the left. And they're off for heat number 2. Again, the time to beat, 1:30.05. An early leave for Perry Alex, Kai Bartel on this near side in lane 2 and 3. Mike McKay, Ryan Martin, as well as Charles Martin on the far side in lanes 6, 7, and 8. We'll see once we get closer the ones to pull away. It's looking like Ryan Martin and King's Crown in lane number 7, currently leading, heading into the final 250 meters. Closing in on the final stretch here. Carter Cole, Mike McKay in the mix. And 5 and 6 on the far left of your screen in the lead right now. The blue shirt is Carter Coles of Kingston in lane number 5. Currently sitting in the lead. Making his way towards the finish line. Not much separating him and Mike McKay, who will finish first. It's all about the time here. It looks like Cole Carter will finish in lane number 5 in first place. We'll await his time and see if it was faster than Daniel Bullock in the 1:38.05 time in just a moment. So it wasn't enough to beat the time of Daniel Bullock, 1:32.29 for Cole Carter. So as it stands, Daniel Bullock is still the leader. One more heat to go following this. It'll be 7 more contestants starting at that 1,500 meter mark. And then we'll move over to the women's single dash. So the winner of heat number 2 was Cole Carter from Kingston, but his time was not quick enough to overtake the time of Daniel Bullock in heat number 1. So in lane number 2 for the men's, it's Keithan Woodhouse, who we saw yesterday. He came away with a very, very tight win in one of the singles events. He's representing Brock in lane 2. Trent Tilliger for Undine in lane number 3. Edward Londres for Undine in lane number 4 for Spain. Carlos Velasco Cordoba in lane number 5. Callum Murphy for NRS in lane number 6. Andre Emil Schmidt Flores for Spain in lane number 7. Aubrey Odlum for Leander in lane number 8. So again, lane number 2 on the right, lane number 8 on the left of your screen. As they await the green light to kick off the third and final men's single dash. The time to beat 1:30.05 of Daniel Bullock, currently holding the lead from heat number 1.
Lane 6, NRS. Lane 7, Espana. Lane 8, Leander.
So the final men's single dash heat. The top time wins the Murphy Bros Trophy. Currently holding that spot is Daniel Bullock with a time of 1:30.05. So here we go. Can anyone beat Daniel Bullock and overtake him for first spot for the Murphy Bros Trophy? Off to a quick start. Of course, it's a sprint here. Only 500 meters to go for these 7 contestants.
Let's go, Keithan!
A full-out push all the way to the end, halfway through into the 250 meters.
Let's go, Keithan!
pushing in onto the final stretch. Trying to reach that grandstand and cross the finish line first. And if they do, can they do it in under a minute and 30 seconds to beat Daniel Bullock, who currently holds the top score? The first we see, Audrey Oldham in first place in lane number 8. Can anybody catch him? Woodhouse on the near side for Brock has the best chance. It's going to be tight at the finish. It could be Keithan Woodhouse for Brock. Aubrey Oldham held the lead for most of that race. It's going to be very tight. We'll wait for the unofficial times. Those were the times from the last race we saw when Kingston's Cole Carter took home the win, and it was Keithan Woodhouse to win this specific heat, but it wasn't enough to beat Daniel Bullock in his score of 130.05. Brock's Woodhouse with a 133.23. These are the unofficial times, so we'll have to wait to see if these are spot on, but we can assume that winning the Murphy Bros Trophy in the men's single dash will be Daniel Bullock from Peterborough in heat number 1 with a time of 130.05. So we'll wait those official times. Moving forward, it'll now be the women's single dash for the Mary Lane Rockin' Memorial Trophy. Again, it's the same sort of system. Top time will win the entire of the women's single dash. So, of course, you want to win your heat, but can you get the fastest time? We will see. So the first heat is off. Sitting in lane number 8 on the far left of your screen, Mate Auriliga Garay. Eleanor Lunam for Riverside in lane number 7. Emma Westuba for Arion in lane number 6. Quinn Gleason for Seattle Scullers in lane number 5. Ayla Collins for Calgary lane number 4. The scratch for Quad Cities, Ella Saunders not competing in lane number 3. And Sarah Bertelsku for Averon Laval rowing in lane number 2. You can see now on the top right of your screen the run time for each of these contestants to get a better idea once we figure out the score to beat to come victorious in these dashes. It's the women's single dash heat number 1. Past the 250-meter mark, it's coming down to the wire. It's Auriliga Garay on the far side, entering the screen first. She's got the lead on everyone else in lane number 8. Making her way past the grandstand to the finish line, and it's going to be Mete Auriliga Garay. We'll see the unofficial time, but she will finish first in heat number 1. And she will have the time to beat. So the unofficial time for Mate Auriliga Garay, 148.47. So remember that number for the next 2 heats. And if anyone is able to beat that time, they will move into the top spot and be leading in the women's single dash event here at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. So ready for heat number 2. Starting in lane 8, Iris Fiddick from Aurelia, Sarah Boos from Green Racing, Adriana Borison from UNAF, Mary Holder from Chargers, Lillian Collins from Quad Cities, Megan Walsh from Seattle Scullers, and not participating from Quad Cities in lane number 2, Sophia Fod. So the winner announced for the men's. And with the official best time, it was Daniel Bullock from Peterborough in heat number 1 with a time of 1:30.05. We're now underway with heat number 2 for the women's single dash. And as you see on your screen now, Bullock receiving the Murphy Bros Trophy for the best time in the men's single dash. As we continue with the women's. Nearing in on the halfway point. The final 250 meters. A sprint, of course, the dash only 500 meters. Sarah Boos for Green Racing in lane number 7. You can see her on the far left side of your screen with a little bit of advantage here. Nearing in on the halfway point. Sarah Boos in lane number 7, the leader as it stands. Of course, the time to beat we saw earlier of 1:48. It will be Sarah Boos for Green Racing in lane number 7 to win heat number 2, but can she beat the time? So Green Racing Sarah Boos to win heat number 2 in her official time of 1:40.49 will be the number 1 time through heat number 2 of the women's single dash. So that's the new time to beat. After dominating the original leader from heat number 1. It's now 1:40.49. Still 1 heat left to go to find our winner of the women's single dash. So now for heat number 3. Sitting in lane number 2 from Morristown Rowing, Alexandra Fasler. Beside her, Olivia Crew for North Star. Isabella Martin for Seattle Scullers in lane number 4. Maya Torres-Panzer for Pittsford Crew in lane number 5. Kylie Astridge for Calgary in lane number 6. Margaret Walcott for Westside Rowing in lane number 7. And Lexi Shimnowski for Winnipeg in lane number 8. So as they await the green light for heat number 3 of the women's single dash, the final one with the score, the time to beat of 140.68. Set by no other than Sarah Boos from Green Racing. So there they go. Again, you want to finish first, but you have to beat the time to win the trophy. The time currently leading 140.68. Following this is the men's lightweight 8 dash. So it's 140.49. My mistake. That's the time to beat. 7 rowers trying to do that in this heat right now. The last chance to overtake number 1. Heading past the halfway point, the 250 meters has been entered. Who will get to the final stretch first, and who will cross the finish line as number 1, and can they do it in the fastest time? It's lane number 8 in your picture first. It's Smivnowski. Maya Torres-Panzer in lane number 5, trying to gain in on her. Looks to have the step from Pittsford Crew. Maya Torres-Panzer, does she have enough to beat the time? And it actually will be in lane number 2. Alexander Fasler came out of nowhere for Morristown Rowing. Will win the heat, but I'm not sure we'll have the quickest time overall. We'll have to wait and see for the unofficial times. It was 152.66, which will not beat Sarah Boos in her 140.49. So the women's single dash champion from Green Racing, Sarah Boos. So, as we wait for the final confirmation, we do believe it will be Sarah Boos to win the women's single dash. The next event will be the men's lightweight 8 dash. So still the 500 meters, but now, instead of the singles, we have the 8s for the men. So only 4 boats competing in this. It'll be Row Buffalo in lane number 3. St. Catharines in lane number 4. Ottawa in lane number 5. And Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 6. So, of course, we usually see the 8s in the more elongated races. But this time, not only are you going to have to get up to speed quickly, but getting that synchronization as fast as you can and getting into a rhythm to beat the other times in this 500-meter dash. So just the one final. whoever wins this will win the men's lightweight 8 dash. There's no heats, no times to beat. It's just you and the other 3 teams out of the 4 in this men's 8 final. So they're off. The men's 8 dash, 500 meters, 9 in each boat. The coxed plus 8 rowers striving to get to the finish line first. One final, one chance to win the Ralph Gifford Memorial Trophy. It's Roe Buffalo in lane 3, St. Catharines, Ottawa in lane 4 and 5, and Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 6. Very tight through the mid portion of this first 250 meters. Inching towards the final stretch here. Who can take the lead late? Ottawa inching forward. St. Catharines trying to stay with them. Roe Buffalo there as well. Roe Buffalo looks to be able to have the edge in lane number 3. It's going to be really tight here. It's Roe Buffalo ahead of St. Catharines, and they won't be caught before the finish line, and they will win the men's lightweight 8 dash. St. Catharines just lost the step and will finish behind Roe Buffalo. Ottawa in 3rd, and Hawk Rowing Club finishing in 4th place. So Roe Buffalo, the coxie for them. Noah Rajecki, Max Blackstein, and seat number 8, Colin Bailey, Thomas Foxley, Henry Bedell, Will Savage, Thomas Skorin, Will Q, and Ethan Swan. The winners with a time of 1:18.68 in the men's lightweight 8 dash.
And coming in first place in the women's single dash, stepping up to the podium right now, is Green Racing Project Sierra Bousse with a time of
So Sierra Bousse, the top time for the women's single dash out of Green Racing Project, and she will collect the Mary Lane Rockin Memorial Trophy with a time of 1:40.49. And it will now lead us to the men's lightweight single dash. So as they line up, we'll take a look at each lane. Starting on the right side in lane number 2, Oscar Gomez Duran representing Thunder Crew. Elias Fedek for Aurelia in lane number 3. Simeon John in lane number 4 for CRI. Zach Kurla for Marietta Training in lane number 5. Sean Farmeris for Morristown Rowing in lane number 6. Stephen Harris, we saw earlier for Brock in lane number 7, winning his event earlier today to qualify for the finals tomorrow. Looking to have the fastest time here in the men's single dash. And Jake Brewington for Conshohocken in lane number 8. So again, we're back with the men's single dash. There'll be 4 heats this time. And of course, the best time overall will be crowned the Dave Cornelius Memorial Trophy in men's single lightweight dash champion. On the podium now, collecting the men's lightweight 8 dash trophies, Roe Buffalo. as they secure the Ralph Gifford Memorial Trophy up on the stand here at the 2024 Royal Canadian Henley Regatta.
Lining up at the start gate, we have the men's light single dash. The first heat of 4. In lane 2, we have Thunder Crew. Lane 3, Aurelia. Lane 4, CRI. Lane 5, Marietta Training. Lane 6, Morristown Rowing. Lane 7, Brock, RC. And lane 8, Conshohocken.
So waiting the green light here for the first men's lightweight single dash. 4 heats. Best time wins the Dave Cornelius Memorial Trophy. So heat 1 is off. 500-meter dash, the men's lightweight single. Keep an eye on lane number 7 and 8. Stephen Harris. For Brock RC in lane number 7, currently in the lead. Beside him, Jake Brewington for Conshohocken in lane number 8. Past the 250-meter mark, the final stretch here. Harris currently in the lead for Brock RC. Right beside him, Brewington for Conshohocken. It's Harris entering the picture here for the final stretch in lane number 7. Stephen Harris from Brock is going to win the first men's lightweight single dash heat. Will await his time, and that will be the one to beat for the rest of the heats to come away with the Dave Cornelius Memorial Trophy. So Harris's time, 1:32.34. That's the one to beat. So with 21 more contestants, plenty of room to overtake this score from Stephen Harris of Brock. So remember that number as we continue on with the men's lightweight dash. Heading in to heat number 2. In lane number 2, it'll be Ryan Muldoon for Chargers. Beside him, Miles Gavigan for Westside Rowing in lane number 3. Hagen Luth for Westside Rowing in lane number 4. Christian Hagen Deschamps for North Star in lane number 5. Malcolm Garou for North Star in lane number 6. And Jace Davis for Endeavor Racing in lane number 7. So just the 6 boats in this race. There'll be 2 more heats to follow.
Testing.
So the contestants are ready. We await the green light, of course, to begin this race. So if you're just joining us now, live on the broadcast, my name is Noel Vogel. We're through the day where we're now into the dash portion of this day number 5 at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta in St. Catharines. We're currently in event 55 for the men's lightweight single dash, heat number 2. The score to beat right now, 132.34, set by Stephen Harris of Brock.
Lane 3, West Side Rowing. Lane 4, also West Side Rowing with Hagen.
4 heats total. If anyone can beat that time, they will move into the top spot of the Dave Cornelius Memorial Trophy and the champion of the men's lightweight single dash. So the horn sounds, the green light means go, and all 6 racers are off. Muldoon on the near side in lane number 2. Gavigan in lane number 3. Luth in lane number 4. Hagen Deschamps in lane number 5. Guru in lane number 6. And Davis in lane number 7. Keep track of the run time in the top right corner of your screen. The time to beat, 132.34. Nearing the halfway point, 250 meters left to go. Trying to knock off the time of Stephen Harris of Brock Rowing Club. The leader heading into this final stretch looks like Jace Davis, Endeavor Racing in lane number 7. But does he have enough to beat the time? Here comes Davis across into the final stretch. Hagen Deschamps right on his tail in lane number 5 for North Star. It's going to be very, very tight. Ryan Muldoon with a burst of speed near the end will win heat number 2. But will he have the score to beat Stephen Harris? We will wait and see. 138.66, the unofficial time. Not enough to beat the current leader of Stephen Harris with a 132.34. So Davis and Hagen Deschamps were second and third. And were not split by very much. It was Ryan Muldoon who came out of nowhere in lane number 2 and took the victory, but his time won't be enough to beat Brock's Stephen Harris. So we'll move over now to heat number 3. The time still to beat, 132.34. So all racers lined up, starting in lane number 2. Rodrigo Silva Orbanja for Row House. Beside him from Detroit Boat Club, Stefan Malbouf in lane number 3. Bouchard Xavier for Terrebonne in lane number 4. Nicholas Halinka for White Marsh Boat in lane number 5. Willard Ozane for Westside Rowing in lane number 6. And Fielding Stalen for Quad Cities in lane number 7.
It was yours again.
So this is heat number 3 of the men's lightweight single dash. The top time from all of these heats is crowned the winner. The time to beat for these racers, 1:32.34. So waiting for that buzzer and the green light to begin heat number 3 for the men's lightweight dash. So here they go. Stephen Harris awaits for someone to beat his time. If not, he will be crowned the men's lightweight single dash champion. Still another heat to go. Heat number 3 here.
Lane 2, it's Row House. Lane 3, Detroit Boat House.
Battling for the Dave Cornelius Memorial Trophy.
Terrebonne. Lane 5, White Marsh Boat. Lane 6, Westside
Bouchard Xavier
and lane 7, White Quad City.
in the middle of your screen in lane number 4 for Terrebonne.
Memorial Trophy.
Slowly inching his way forward. Nicholas Linka for White Marsh also in that mix. Fielding Stalen for Quad Cities on that far side in lane number 7. The final stretch here. 200 meters to go. The final push. It's lane number 5. And lane number 7. Nicholas Linka for White Marsh Boat is going to finish this in first place. Can he beat the time of 1:32? We'll have to see after the unofficial score. It was Rodrigo Silva for Row House in second place. Wasn't enough to get past Nicholas Linka, who will finish with a 1:37.79, so still not fast enough to overtake Stephen Harris in first place. So there you see the leader as it stands with a time of 1:32.34 from heat number 1. Stephen Harris from Brock. It talked about his accolades earlier today. A man of many trophies, medals, all across Ontario and Canada in rowing. Looking to add another one to the collection for the men's lightweight single dash here at the 2024 Royal Canadian Henley Regatta.
In lane 2, we have Riverside. Lane 3, Westside Rowing. Lane 4, Marietta Training.
So looking now for heat number 4, the last chance for someone to overtake the leader. We'll start in lane number 2. Christopher Crawley for Riverside. Jack Golden in lane number 3 for Westside Rowing. Evan Sarabalis for Marietta Training in lane number 4. Noah Fulkerson for Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 5. Perry Olex for Seattle Scullers. Scratch from this race would be in lane number 6. And Stefan Suarez for Riverside in lane number 7. So waiting the green light for the final heat of the men's lightweight single dash. Stephen Harris currently with the best time of 1:32.34.
Okay, things are heating up now as we got the 4th heat of 4 lining up to come on. So far, leading is our lane 7 in heat 1. Rock Marcy with Stephen Harris with a time of 1:32.34.
So the light has gone, and heat number 4 is away. Five boats with a chance to win the men's lightweight single dash. All they need to do is beat Stephen Harris in the time of 1:32.34. No one has been able to do it yet. Entering the halfway point here into the last 250 meters. Washtenaws Noah Fulkerson in that red shirt beside him. Stefan Suarez of Riverside in lane number 7. Heading into crunch time here, the final stretch. The last chance to overtake Stephen Harris for the number 1 spot. It's going to have to be a quick finish here. Fulkerson pulling forward. Crawley with the lead. He's going to finish in first in lane number 2 for Riverside. Christopher Crawley will win heat number 4. We'll await his time, and we'll see if it was enough to beat Stephen Harris for that number 1 spot. Awaiting the final time. 1:32.34 was the score. Stephen Harris awaits Christopher Crawley's time. 139.12. So it wasn't enough to beat the man from Brock in the time of 132 for Stephen Harris. He will come away with the men's lightweight single dash Dave Cornelius Memorial Trophy. So we all know the winner. I'm not sure if Stephen Harris quite knows just yet. But once he gets word, he will collect his winner's medal and the Dave Cornelius Memorial Trophy. But up next in the slate, we move over to the women's. It'll be the women's lightweight single dash, the John H. Dorr Memorial Trophy. Starting for heat number 1 of only 2. Again, it'll be the top time out of the 2 heats to win the women's lightweight single dash. Starting in lane number 2, Argentes Diaz for Spain. In lane number 3, Elizabeth Martin for White Marsh Boat. Luisa Jimena Torres Reyes for Spain in lane number 4. Mary Wilson for Vesper in lane number 5. Bronwyn Posinick for Deep Cove in lane number 6. Alex Duggan for Kingston in lane number 7. And Julia Mills for North Star in lane number 8.
You're so patient, Stephen. Anticipation. I feel like breaking out Carly Simon. Anticipation is making me wait.
I feel the anticipation.
Except for maybe food. Food is good. Oh, have you? Okay, then you're good.
Awaiting the buzzer to let go the takeoff for the women's lightweight single dash. And there they go. The buzzer is sound. And the first 7 women out of the 14, one of 2 heats to try and get the best time and win the John H. Dorr Memorial Trophy. Entering the second half, the final 250 meters of this 500-meter dash. Julia Mills in lane number 8 in the red boat. looking to be in the lead here for the final stretch. Here she comes across the grandstand. Right beside her in lane number 6, Brown and Posenick for Deep Cove. Gaining in on her. It's going to be a tight finish for the number 1 spot. Mills versus Posenick. It's so close. It's going to be Posenick. In lane number 5, pardon me, it was Mary Wilson from Vesper. So Mary Wilson in lane number 5 for Vesper. The winner of that race. We'll see her time. It will be the time to beat, as this is the first of 2 heats. 1:45 flat. So my apologies for the mistake. It was Mary Wilson from Vesper in lane number 5. You see on your screen now, winning the first women's lightweight single dash with a time of 1:45.00. So the second heat getting ready to commence. Lane number 2 would have been Carmela Vigiletta for Morristown Rowing. She's a scratch for this race. Jessica Harmon sits in lane number 3 for North Star. Casey Shashasti for Riverside is in lane number 4. Willow Schuld for Litchfield Hills in lane number 5. Riona McCormick for Penn AC in lane number 6. Wimbush Samantha for St. Catharines in lane number 7. And Ashlyn O'Brien in lane number 8 for White Marsh Boat. As we wait for the start of heat number 2, we'll take a chance to show the presentation of the Dave Cornelius Memorial Trophy, heading to the top time in the men's lightweight single dash to Stephen Harris, who finished with a 1:32.34 in the first heat. And nobody was able to surpass him on the leaderboard. So another medal to the trophy cabinet for Brock Stephen Harris here at the 2024 Henley Regatta. So some final pictures for Stephen Harris, who will take home the men's lightweight single dash champion. So we're off for the second and final heat for the women's lightweight single dash. The time to be 1:45. Jessica Harmon for North Star in lane number 3 in the far right of your screen. And on the other side, Ashlyn O'Brien for White Marsh in lane number 8.
Single. Lane 2 is a scratch with Morristown. Lane 3 is North Star. Lane 4, Riverside. Lane 5.
Taking up substantial lead here, Ashlyn O'Brien in lane number 8 for White Marsh. Also in the mix, Riona McCormack for Penn AC in lane number 6. Past the halfway point, the final stretch here, less than 200 meters to go. Mary Wilson awaits the time of this. She has the leading score of a 1:45 on the dot. Can any of these women in this final heat beat that time? It looks as though it's going to be Riona McCormack in lane number 6 to take the second heat. We'll have to wait on her time as she crosses the finish line. In second will be Ashlyn O'Brien from White Marsh Boat. So the winner of heat number 2, Riona McCormack from Penn AC. The time for her to be 1:45, the leading score from Mary Wilson in the first heat. And from Penn AC, Riona McCormack puts up a 1:43.30 time, and that will be enough to overtake Mary Wilson and take home the women's lightweight single dash champion, the John H. Dorr Memorial Trophy here in St. Catharines. So Mary Wilson will sit and wait for the official scores to get in. But from our view right now, it'll be Penn AC's Riona McCormack with a 1:43 time to win the women's lightweight single dash. So that will do it for the women's lightweight single dash. We will await the trophy presentation once we get the official times. For now, we'll move over to the next event in the men's 8 dash. It'll be a total of 3 heats, with the fastest time taking home the Donald F. Thom Memorial Trophy in the men's 8 dash. So for the men's 8 dash, heat number 1 of 3. Set to commence in moments. We'll wait the final confirmation of the winners. Or the winner, I should say, the women's lightweight single dash. According to the unofficial times, it was Penn AC's Riona McCormack, you see in the front of your screen, who had the quicker finish.
by the results that just arrived.
So you can see Mary Wilson, who had the fastest score heading into heat number 2 with a 1:45, will finish in second place behind Riona McCormack, who will win the women's lightweight dash. So as she walks over, she will collect her medal in the John H. Dorr Memorial Trophy for the fastest time in the women's single dash. So there she is, Riona McCormack, the winner of the lightweight single dash for the women's division. With that conclusion, we'll move over now to the men's 8 dash. Starting in lane number 2, Mendota. Lane number 3, Calgary Rowing Club. Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 4. Greenwich Crew in lane number 5. Mendota in lane number 6. St. Catharines in lane number 7. And Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 8. So as we await the final boat to get set up here, we will start our first heat of 3 for the men's 8 dash.
By this time of the week, so like you can't even land on this water anymore. We live here, and they can't even use it. Might be passing through formation. Well, migrating. I took this course for granted. I didn't realize what I was rowing on or what I had.
So again, if you missed it, the women's lightweight single dash champion, Riona McCormack, taking her final photos before we get set for the next event, the men's 8s, a 500-meter dash. If you're tuning in from wherever you may be, I'm Noel Vogel. We're into the final stretch here of day number 5 as we continue our dash coverage for the men's and women's singles 8s. And much more to come this afternoon. And there they go. So the first heat of 3 for the men's 8 dash. Again, the top time overall will be the winner. So of course you want to come in first, but you want to have the best time overall. Mendota in lane 2. Calgary lane 3, Hawk Rowing in lane 4, Greenwich in lane 5, Mendota in lane 6, St. Catharines lane 7, Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 8. So again, we saw the men's 8s already, and they move fast. already past the halfway point here. Down the stretch, final 150 meters. St. Catharines in a leading position in lane number 7. Mendota right beside them in lane number 6. Washtenaw watching them very closely on their tail. Mendota might just have enough to beat St. Catharines. It's going to be very tight. Nearing in on the near side, it's going to be Mendota in lane number 2 who sneaks in across the finish line and will finish in first place. Came from right underneath the screen and looked to be in control the whole way and will finish heat number 1 in first place. Mendota won the men's 8s, the regular 2,000 meter yesterday. And now win heat number 1 for the men's 8 dash. So the time to beat from Mendota in lane number 2, 1:17.16. The crew in that boat, the coxed Henry Benton, Dylan Knishu, William Klipstein, Lucas Farmer, Elias Strasman, Andrew Soman, John O'Brien, Walter Stanwood, and Luke Truog. They are currently the leaders after heat number 1. Still 2 more to go. But again, the time to beat 1:17. Heat number 2 already ready in their lane, starting in lane number 2, Port Rowing. Beside them is Ottawa in lane number 3. H&L NBC in lane number 4. Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 5. Greenwich Crew in lane number 6. Greenwich Crew again in lane number 7. And St. Catharines in lane number 8. So you see the winners of heat number 1, Mendota, out of lane 2. As they await the next 2 heats and see if anyone can beat their score of 1:17. Henry Benton, the coxie, sitting close to the camera. So just waiting for the final checks before we get underway for the men's 8 dash. Heat number 2, here they go. Here goes Port Rowing, Ottawa, Argonaut, Washtenaw Rowing, Greenwich Crew in 6 and 7, and St. Catharines all the way in lane number 8. So now you can see on your screen the time to beat, 1:17.16. And the run time just above that for this current heat, heat number 2 for the men's 8 dash. Past the halfway point, less than 200 meters to go. Mendota looks across the water to see if anyone can beat their time. They're the ones to beat right now. St. Catherine's in a good stronghold to push forward here. Greenwich Crew moving in out of lane number 6. They're currently in the lead. Lane number 3, Ottawa, pushing towards the finish line. It's going to be really tight. Ottawa across in lane number 3. Looks to a finish in first place. We'll wait for the official time. It would have been pretty close, but it might not be enough to beat Mendota in first place as of right now. So there you see what looks to be the leaders, and the red shirts in lane number 3, Ottawa, coxed by Caitlin McMahon, sitting in the front of that boat. So the final time, Ottawa, 1:19.38. Just beating out Greenwich Crew by 0.25 seconds, but it will not be enough to overtake Mendota in first. So still the time to beat is 1:17.16 here in the men's 8 dash. 1 heat to go. And one final chance to overtake Mendota in first place. So heat number 3 for the men's 8 dash, moments away from starting here at the 2024 Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Starting in lane number 2, CRI, Saratoga, in lane number 3. Washington are rowing in lane number 4. Marietta training in lane number 5. Saratoga in lane number 6. CRI again in lane number 7. And TBC Racing in lane number 8. So again, we just saw the winners of the last heat was Ottawa. They didn't have a fast enough time to overtake Mendota in first place. 1:17.16, the time to beat. The winner to take home the Donald F. Tom Memorial Trophy. Okay, so here we go. For heat number 3, the last of the men's 8 dash. The time to beat in the top right of your screen, 117.16. Held by Mendota from heat number 1 in lane number 2. So CRI Saratoga, the 2 on the right-hand side of your screen. Washtenaw Rowing, Marietta Training in lane number 5. CRI on the far side in the red. TBC Racing in lane number 8. Trying to gain a little bit of ground here. The final stretch. TBC Racing entering the screen first. It's Marietta Training in first. CRI trying to take it near the end in lane number 2, and it looks like they will. But I don't know if the time will be quick enough. Celebrations from lane number 2 and CRI as they win heat number 3 of the men's 8 dash. But will they have done it quick enough to overtake Mendota for the fastest time? 1:19.51. So with the unofficial times, it will be Mendota from heat number 1 in lane number 2 to take home the men's 8 dash championship, the Donald F. Tom Memorial Trophy. So as you can see, we at home know the unofficial times. It should be Mendota to take the victory here for the men's 8 dash as they wait for the final confirmation. Getting ready for heat number 1 of 2 will be the women's 8 dash. So the confirmation is in. It is Mendota to take home the Donald F. Tom Memorial Trophy with a time of 1:17.16. Coxed by Henry Benton. Down the list of the crew for Mendota. Dylan Kananishu, William Clipston, Lucas Farmer, Elias Strasman, Andrew Soman, John O'Brien, Walter Sandwood, and Luke Truog. The 9 to be awarded here for the men's 8 final champion. So to celebrate, Mendota jumping in the water after winning the men's 8 dash. And off the mark is the women's 8 dash, the first heat of 2. TBC Racing on the right side of your screen in lane number 2. Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 3. Saratoga in lane number 4. TBC Racing in lane number 5. Greenwich Crew in lane number 6. And Ottawa in lane number 7. Again, this is the first heat. No time set, no time to beat. Just a time to set. And it could be the one to win the Bell Canada Trophy for the women's 8 dash. Halfway through the 500 meters here. Closing down the finish line. Ottawa, a burst of speed in lane number 7 on the far side. Scorching into the lead here. Here's Ottawa in lane number 7 in the white boat. Trying to catch up to them, TBC Racing. I don't think they will make it in time. It will be Ottawa from lane number 7 to take heat number 1. Jubilation from the Ottawa boat as they cross the finish line for heat number 1 in first place for the women's 8 dash. Unofficial times. 1:32.92. That's the time to beat for the second heat. So for Ottawa, they'll wait for heat number 2 to take place and see if they will be going home with the Bell Canada Trophy for the women's 8 dash. They currently hold the top time of 1:32.92. getting ready for the second heat. Starting in lane number 7, Ridley College on the far left side of your screen. Port Rowing in lane number 6. Lane number 5, Niagara Falls TPC Racing in lane number 4. City Island in lane number 3. And nearest to the grandstand in lane number 2 will be Washtenaw Rowing. Team Ottawa's with some incredible outfits in the boat and doing and winning that first heat in style. But they'll still have to see if their time is quick enough to win the women's 8 dash. So my mistake, there's 3 heats. This is number 2 of those 3. So there's still 12 other racers in the women's 8 dash to overtake that score that was put up in the first heat by Ottawa. So as we wait for Heat 2 to get going, you can hear the cheering for Coxie Olivia Davis of Ottawa, who just rallied her crew to a top finish in heat number 1. And currently the score to beat, the time to beat in the women's 8 dash. So here goes heat number 2. You can see the time on your screen, 1:32.92. Washtenaw, City Island, TBC Racing, Niagara Falls, Port Rowing, and Ridley College from right to left on your screen. Through the first half, the final 200 meters. Ridley College in lane number 7 with a slight lead here in heat number 2. Edging that gap more and more. Ridley College looking the favorites to finish first here. All the way in lane number 7. Ridley College can smell, can taste the finish line here. Can they beat the time of 1:32? It's going to be very close. But nonetheless, an excellent run from Ridley College, coxied by Sabrina Seville. And they will be in contention for the top spot in the women's 8 dash. So awaiting the unofficial times, Ridley College where we saw for a second, looks to be the new top time. 126 was the unofficial. So Ottawa will be dropped out of the number one contention. And it'll be Ridley College to move into first. So unfortunately for Ottawa, the costumes weren't enough to pick up the treat here in the women's 8 dash. It will be Ridley College who will now be the ones to wait for heat number 3 to see if they will come victorious for the Bell Canada Trophy. So Ridley College, the time to beat in the women's 8 dash. 1:26 the time. As we move towards heat number 3, the final heat, searching for the Bell Canada Trophy crown. Starting in lane number 2 as we get underway. Arion beside them, Washington rowing in lane number 3. Riverside lane number 4. Greenwich Crew in lane number 5. TBC Racing in lane number 6. Calgary in lane number 7. Can they surpass the time of 1:26.76 put up by Ridley College? The final 200, the last stretch of the last heat for the women's 8 dash. Calgary in lane number 7 with a narrow advantage. Heading into the final sprint, it's Calgary currently in the lead. Making their move now. Pushing in lane number 2 is Arion, and they will win it. A powerful, speedy push near the end. The final 50 meters, Arion puts themselves into first place. We will see if the time was quick enough to beat Ridley College. (1:27.71), so close, but not enough to overtake Ridley College in their time of 1:26.76. So Arion just falling short in heat number 3. The official times will come out shortly, but for you at home, we can predict that it will be Ridley College from heat number 2, lane 7, to take home the Bell Canada Trophy and win the women's 8 dash. So as Ridley College awaits the official times, momentarily they will be awarded with the Bell Canada Trophy. Their crew made up of Sabrina Seville, the coxie, Novella Russman, Rachel Dirks, Jade Postma, Sydney Swick, Charlie Peikenhagen, Heather Clark, Tia Lampum, and Chloe Fortin. So it will be Ridley College officially to take home the number 1 spot in the women's 8 dash. They will take home the Bell Canada Trophy with a time of 1:26.76, the fastest we saw coming out of heat number 2 in lane number 7.
And by the way, standing in front of you, these ladies are the Canadian 8 at the upcoming World Championships.
So a couple members of the women's 8 heading to the Worlds later this August. We'll be representing Canada here in St. Catharines, handing out the medals and the official Bell Canada Trophy to Ridley College for the women's 8 dash. So underway for one of our last events here. Beginning now, the men para rowing dash. So 3 contestants from the U.S. para-rowing team in lane 4, 5, and 6. Max Lyman, Joshua Summers, and Kyle Moser. The 3 competing here in one of 3 of the men para-rowing dash. So each of these dashes are all finals. So the winner of each will go home the champion of each of these races. So starting off with the 8PD, the men para-rowing number 1. So currently in lane number 4, closest to your screen, Max Lima. Beside him in the middle, Joshua Summers, and Kyle Moser on the far side in lane number 6. Passing through over the halfway point into the final stretch of the 500. It's Lima and Moser, the 2 in the lead right now in lane 4 and lane 6. Summers trying to make a push here in the final stretch. The crowd cheering them across the finish line. Lima in the red boat, Moser in the white. Summers just behind them. Nearing into the finish line, it's going to be tight here. A slight advantage for Max Lima. Pushing his way to the finish line. It's just going to have enough to beat Kyle Moser and take the first men's para-rowing dash. So Max Lyman, the winner of the 8PD men para-rowing dash, with a time of 2:54.89. Exceptional to see these para-athletes out here at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. And what an incredibly tight race that was. Max Lyman just taking out the victory for the 8PD men para-rowing 500-meter dash. And as we get set up for the second of 3, it'll be the 10PD men para-rowing number 2 500-meter dash. And again, we have 4 contestants from the U.S. para-rowing, 1 scratched in lane number 3. Kyle Moser, who just raced in the last event for the 8PD. He won't be in this one. It'll be Maya Rosenberg in lane number 2. Christopher Campbell from U.S. para-rowing in lane number 4. Robert Duncan from U.S. para-rowing in lane number 5. And Alexandra Martel from Sudbury in lane number 6. So the winner of the first race, Max Lyman from U.S. para-rowing, collecting his medal.
Coming down in lane 2 will be U.S. para-rowing with Maya Rosenberg. In lane 3, U.S. para-rowing with Kyle Moser, which was a scratch, my apologies. Lane 4, with Christopher Campbell. In lane 5 will be U.S. Para Rowing, Robert Duncan.
So as you see, Max Lyman from U.S. Para Rowing, the winning
With Alexandra Martel.
boat for the 8PD men para rowing race number 1 in the 500-meter dash. He collects his medal and will walk away a winner this afternoon. So Max Lyman, the champion of the APD men para rowing race number 1 for the 500-meter dash. The 10 PD men para rowing race number 2 set to begin momentarily. As we await our final checks before the green light is given. So race number 2 for the 10 PD men para rowing, race number 2 for the 500-meter dash. Starting in lane number 2 from the U.S. Para Rowing, Maya Rosenberg. Beside them, in lane number 4, Christopher Campbell from U.S. Para Rowing, Robert Duncan from U.S. Para Rowing in lane number 5, and Alexandra Martel in lane number 6, representing Sudbury. Martel currently in the lead in lane number 6 in the light blue shirt. Heading into the red buoys, the final 250 meters of the dash. Nearing in that final stretch, it's Alexandra Martel, the leader still in lane number 6, representing Sudbury. The final race to the finish line. Martel, the furthest ahead, looking to hold on to his lead here out of lane number 6. And it will be Alexandra Martel from Sudbury to take home the 10 PD men para rowing race number 2 500-meter dash. An incredible fight from all of these rowers. Robert Duncan in lane number 5 and across the finish line now. Christopher Campbell from U.S. Rowing in lane number 4. And following him, Maya Rosenberg in lane number 2. So the final times, Alexandra Martel with a time of 2 minutes and 82 seconds will take home the winning medal for the 10 PD men para racing number 2. We'll have one more to follow, the 12 PD men para rowing number 3. This time, it'll be the doubles. As you see on your screen in lane 4, U.S. para rowing, Danielle Henson and Max Allemeyer for U.S. para rowing. Sarah Menifee Asher Ryba for CRI in lane number 5. Natalie Heschk and John Dowdy for USPR in lane number 6. So the doubles now for the para rowing race number 3. So you see Robert Duncan, Christopher Campbell, who came in through lane 4 from the U.S. para rowing. And the winner of that race, Alexandra Martel from Sudbury in lane number 6. Who will make his way over to the grandstand to collect his medal. So there it is for the 10 PD men para racing number 2. For the singles, Alexandra Martel from Sudbury to take home the final medal as well as the plaque to go with it. So now looking back to the start. Shortly we'll begin the men's para rowing doubles dash. Danielle Henson, Max Allemeyer in lane number 4. Sarah Menifee, Asher Ryba for CRI in lane number 5. And Natalie Hesk and John Doughty in lane number 6. So it's the mix. So there'll be the male and the female in the double, in the pair for this race. So they are off in the middle 3 lanes, lane 4, lane 5, and lane 6. CRI after a scorching start through the middle, Sarah and Asher in lane number 5. Entering the second half, the final 250 meters of the 500-meter dash. Sarah Menifee and Asher Ryba for CRI with a commanding lead here in lane number 5. Lane number 4, Danielle Hansen and Max Elmeyer trying to make up ground here. CRI in lane number 5. Entering the final stretch here to cross the finish line in first place. It'll be Sarah Menifee and Asher Ryba in lane number 5. Behind them, Danielle Hansen and Max Elmeyer. And finishing off the para double dash will be Natalie Hesk and John Doughty in lane number 6. So there you see the winners on your screen for the para-rowing doubles dash. Sarah Menifee and Asher Ryba. So pardon me on your screen. And lane number 6 was Natalie Heskin, John Doughty. Now coming across near the bottom are the winners Sarah Menifee and Asher Ryba from CRI. As they head over to the grandstand to collect their medal for winning the para racing doubles dash. So as they collect their medals, Sarah Manafee and Asher Ryba here at the 2024 Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. We congratulate them on their win in the para racing doubles dash.
So we've got 2 races, 2 heats, in the final race, the final event of the day, which is the traditional and regatta sport dash for cash the next day. And our Saturday, coming down in lane 3 is SCRC, KRC, PTRB, UWO.
So now we move on to the last event of day number 5 here at the Henley Regatta in St. Catharines. The title for this race, the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash Mixed 8s. So it'll be mixed boats of female and male athletes. It'll be 2 heats. The first with 5 boats, the second with 4. And the fastest time, like we had with the earlier dashes, between the 2 heats, will be crowned the champion of the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash. So starting in lane number 3, SCRC, beside them, NDRC in lane number 4, Potomac in lane number 5, SNRC in lane number 6, and UNAV in lane number 7. So all 5 boats are waiting for the green light and the buzzer to sound before we begin the first heat of the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash Mix 8s. So as we momentarily await the start of heat number 1 for the mixed states Regatta Sport Dash for Cash, the final event of day number 5 here at the Henley Regatta, in what has been an excellent day of rowing here in St. Catharines. So there they go. They're off for heat number 1 of the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash Mixed 8s. Potomac in lane 5 in the bright red. Beside them, CNRC in lane number 6 in the yellow. And on the outside, UNAF in lane number 8. 4 and 3, RC and CSCRC on the near side in lane number 3. CNRC in the yellow boat slowly pulling ahead. SCRC also making a move in lane number 3. It's going to be a tight finish nearing the final stretch here. Past the 200-meter mark. Nearing into the finish. It's lane number 3. SCRC will cross the finish line in first with an excellent time in the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash Mixed 8s. Remember, there's 2 heats. And the fastest time will be crowned the champion. As you can see, the mixed boat from many different clubs. SCRC, KRC, PTRB, and University of Western. And they will finish first. 1:20.39. That's the time to beat to crown the winner of the Sport Dash for Cash Mixed 8. Still 1 to go. The final heat of day number 5. You see the coxie of the winning boat, Sashka Jansen Rudin. And all smiles on the face of the mixed crew. Many different faces we've seen before. Kingston, Ridley College, and there you see Western in the purple. You see the last 2 in the boat in position 1 and 2 from UBC, Claire Ellison and Laura Stankiewicz. Apart of lane number 3, the winning boat for the Regatta Sport Dash Cash Mixed 8 in heat number 1, and they got the time to beat. It'll be the final race to decide who is the winner. So as we get set for the final race of the day for the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash Mixed 8s, starting in lane number 3, it'll be TBC Racing. Beside them, Riverside in lane number 4. Riverside as well in lane number 5. And a mixed batch in lane number 6. SCRC, CRC, CRC, and RB. Again, heat number 2. The time to beat put up by lane number 3s, the mixed batch of Western, UBC, Kingston, and a whole bunch of different clubs in this mixed 8s. But all they need to know is what time to beat, and that is to get a time under 1 minute and 20 seconds. And if they do, they will come away with the win here in the final event of day number 5 at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Seconds away from the start of the final race today. Number 435 of the week.
The last race of the day coming up now. For the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash Mixed 8. Lane 3, TBC Racing. Lane 4, Riverside. With Coxie Ada, Lamassar. Lane 5, Riverside. Coxie Marjorie Backen. Lane 6, SCRC. CRC, CRC, RB.
So still waiting the final confirmations, the green light and the buzzer to sound. Once again, in lane number 3 on the right-hand side of your screen, TBC Racing. Beside them in lane number 4, Riverside. And beside them in lane number 5, as well as Riverside, and a batch of different clubs in lane number 6. And they're officially off. The final race of the Saturday, day number 5 of the 140th 2024 Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. The time to beat put up in heat number 1, 120.39. The goal to not only come first, but do it quicker than the time in heat number 1. SCRC in the white boat in the lead currently. Well past the halfway point, inside the final 200 to 150 meters down the final stretch. For the last time today, past the grandstand, it's going to be lane number 6, SCRC, way in front of the rest to finish in first place. Can they beat the time? We won't be certain until we see the official score. For now, we know that lane 6 is the winner of heat number 2 for the Regatta Sport Dash 4 Cash Mixed 8s. We'll wait and see the unofficial times. And there they are, 123.68 will not be enough, as the winner of the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash Mixed 8 will go to the mixed batch of SCRC, KRC, PTRB, and the University of Western. Riverside in lane number 5 and lane number 4 and second and third. TPC Racing rounding out in 4th place. So there are your winners. They don't know it quite yet, but they will take home the prize for the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash Mixed Eights on day number 5 of the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta in St. Catharines. So there they go in celebration into the water after an incredible day of rowing, starting at 8 a.m. this morning all the way to 6 p.m. this evening. The final event of the day, the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash Mixed Eights, goes to the team on your screen. A mix of a bunch of different clubs, all put together to take home victory with a time of 1:20.89. They will now go up to the stand to retrieve their medals. And all smiles down there on the podium here at Henley 2024. But don't worry just yet. There's still more rowing to come here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Tomorrow, the final day. Looking forward at the schedule. It'll be a 9 a.m. start time as we begin with the men's pair rowing, pardon me. And we'll continue with more finals from the qualifiers today. And we'll finish with the men's championship 8 for the Craig Swayze Memorial Trophy to end off this incredible 6-day week of rowing here in St. Catharines. So the prize for the team winning the Regatta Sport Dash for Cash Mix 8s has been given out to this mixed team with the best time and a score of 120.89. And that will do it for today in what has been an incredible day. And we can't say it enough, but we will once more, is take some time to take a second to thank our sponsors and all they do to create this week and make it the way it is for us here at Niagara College, myself, Noah Vogel, all the broadcasters behind the booth. We thank all the sponsors and what they do to create such an incredible environment for sports and for rowing here in St. Catharines at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. So day number 5 in the books, and what incredible day of rowing it was. Silverware handed out all throughout the day. And what started with clouds and possible rain throughout the day, we end with sunny skies here on the Saturday of a long weekend. So from everyone here at Niagara College, everyone behind the scenes, and wherever you may be watching, thank you for tuning in today. We'll see you tomorrow. And for me, myself, Noah Vogel, I say good night.
Johnny, you caused trouble again, eh?
No, you're not invited, but